going to get started at 6 o'clock. Welcome to the Robert Kroll Boardroom, Carson City School Board, Tuesday, June 22nd. At 6 p.m., we're going to start with the board workshop, and we'll call the meeting to order and start it off with a flag salute. Richard, if you'll lead us. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 2 is the board workshop. It's a roundtable discussion among board members and staff with input from the public to address the following topic. The topic is discussion to review a draft of the Carson City School District's plan for the safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services for the 2021-2022 school year. This is for discussion only. We won't be taking any action on it. And the way we're going to work it is Superintendent Stokes is going to present the draft plan, and we'll just kind of have question and answers. So Richard, if you'll start us off.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board, citizens of Carson City, welcome. Part of our purpose for having this workshop tonight is to establish an opportunity for a safe reopening plan that's required by both the federal government and also the State Department of Education in the state of Nevada. And so I want to reiterate that because of where we are in the timeline, this is a draft. And so the workshop that we hold tonight, its purpose is to take input from the citizens, to also have discussion amongst the board members. And then we will return after having taken into consideration tonight's meeting on the 13th of July, which is our next regularly scheduled school board meeting. And at that time, there will be action taken, at least proposed, on this particular plan because we are required to submit our plan by the 14th of July. And so I'd like to go through this presentation, and I am assuming that there will be plenty of time for discussion and interaction. But I wanted to go through what the original requirements are from the federal government to create this plan. And so these are items that must be addressed in the plan. First is the maintenance of health and safety for not only students, but also staff and community members that might come into the schools. Second is to ensure that there is a continuity of services. In other words, in some parts of the United States, there have been some school districts that were unable to open at all. We had a hybrid model. We made some modifications throughout the course of our school year where we brought different grade levels back for more time than we had at the very start of the school year. So that continuity of services addresses all things like IEPs or individualized education plans, 504 plans, free and reduced lunch services, student health, all of those things that are part of any school day. The third aspect of the plan is to get an assurance from the local education authority, which is the school board, that the plan will be periodically reviewed, and they recommend no less than 6 months at a time for this review. And this is not unlike what we did during the last school year. As you recall, every so often we came back with some new information, data, and we were able to modify and revise our plan over time. And then the last item, based on federal expectations, is to provide the plan that is ultimately established in each school district to the families in the community in their preferred language. So please know that the purpose, again, of this workshop is to take public input. We will, again, reiterate that this is a draft and that all things are subject to change in this type of a process. So the, let's see, let me move on here. As the introductory statement here for the plan, and there's going to be specifics as we talk about this plan and the individual aspects of the plan. But we're proposing to return to school 100% to in-person and on-campus instruction. As you know, last year we had a hybrid model. We had a variety of established conditions, including full remote. This year, we are also required to provide an opportunity for students and families to have access to distance learning, but it's, and I'll go into that in a little bit further into our presentation, but this has to be a presented aspect of the plan. In other words, we could have students that are unable to attend school for any reason, and because we have had a year where technology has played a big role in the education of our students, we have some capacity to provide distance education and distance learning for students in certain circumstances. We're also required to deal with the conditions of health and well-being of students and anyone who comes into the schools. Student attendance, again, coming off of a year where some students were lost. We had times when some students were not in touch with teachers for a variety of reasons. And so being able to account for student attendance is another important aspect of the plan. And then, of course, we learned a lot about having school during a pandemic, some of the things that we learned with regards to operations, and I'll go into that in more detail as well. So to start with, the 100% full return to in-person on-campus instruction. I would say that the best way to describe this is that we'll have school like we have had in the past. We expect to follow our school calendar, which you folks have already approved, so that calendar will be in effect. All services for students will be available regardless of individual need, but those services will include student health, student nutrition, transportation, and of course any special services that might already be established. It's also important to note that while not known exactly at this time, it is expected that student activities and athletics will continue as we have been able to enjoy those in the past. They will be established through the Nevada Interscholastic Schools Association, and they will follow the typical schedules, for example, and seasons. For example, basketball happens in the wintertime and track in the fall or in the spring and so on. So those are expectations for our activities, co-curricular and extracurricular. From a distance learning perspective, as you know, and we've reported to the board earlier in the school year, that full remote learning will be made available to all students in the district through Pioneer Academy. Now, the thing that's different this year is that people can't just show up to the Pioneer Academy and say, we want to belong. There is an application process, and this was done purposefully because we are taking into account all of the academic conditions that a student may have encountered, especially in the last year. If the student was a full remote student last year and was unsuccessful, we are not recommending that a student in that condition apply for placement in the Pioneer Academy. So we, however, have just the flip side of that. We have many students that were very successful in full remote conditions, and based on the recommendation of school principal, family, parents, and the student's own academic record, that will all add up to whether or not a student has the ability to enroll in the Pioneer Academy. Now, we also know that students suffer illnesses, injury, all kinds of reasons why there may be a short absence in a student's academic year. And so for those students, especially those who may, for reasons of illness, They will still have access to their classroom through district-provided technology, laptop computers, Chromebooks, and as needed, we will help support their or that family's connectivity to the internet. What we want to accomplish under this condition is if a student is, for whatever reason, not able to attend school but on a short-term process, be able to have access to the materials that their classmates are studying at school. And if this year is, if next year is anything like this year was, there were times when we had to close classrooms, we had to close individual wings of schools. We actually did close one school for several days because of an infectious outbreak. And under those conditions, we would also be able to continue with school, and students would not be losing academic time based on either not being able to be at school in person or not having access to the needed technology. This particular slide, I'm sure, will be of great interest. Health and well-being is, as you know, a very important aspect of this particular plan. And again, I want to reiterate that this is a draft, but as of today, and this will be included in our draft, no face masks will be required at school unless mandated by governmental health agencies. Okay, so I kind of want to let that sink in because I know a lot of folks have attended our meetings in the last few meetings of the board. And we know that face masks in general in the state of Nevada, it's people are not wearing them. I do want to just state that the Center for Disease Control is still the recognized health authority in the country, and I expect that they will be providing guidance before school starts. And I'm hoping that they give similar guidance to us, but it should also be stated that in this particular aspect of the plan, face masks may be worn voluntarily by any student, volunteer, or staff member. And this should be able to be done without stigma. So people have the ability to voluntarily wear a face mask just as someone else might wear gloves in another situation. So right now, we still are working with the local authorities, and it has been stated by the governor's office that face masks are required on district buses. And so this could create a little bit of a challenge if students are not bringing face masks to school, but yet they're required to have them on buses, at least at this point in the planning. Then we will have to make sure that we have an adequate supply of disposable masks available for students on our buses, and we will play that out as the year progresses. Next, just wanted to point out a few items with regard to the health and well-being of our staff members, and of course this is an important part of our plan. One, our nursing staff is very robust. We hire RNs, and they're employed at all of our schools. We also have at our schools, but in a supportive role, staff members who work in our nurses' offices, and their level of skills are at the EMT level. So again, highly qualified, highly competent individuals, but we feel fortunate to have individuals who are working in our health programs as registered nurses. We also have available nurses who are trained and who have provided the COVID-19 rapid test access to the rapid test. And those of you who have had children or family members or know of students that have been in athletics or activities, it was an important aspect of those activities in going forward to have someone who is able to do these rapid tests. And so we still have a number of these available to us, and we have the individuals who can actually perform the tests. I don't know as of this time whether or not the NIAA will require rapid testing as they did in this past year, but it's certainly a possibility, and we would be prepared if that were asked of us to do. We're also still closely connected with our Department of Health and Human Services and feel fortunate to have a good working relationship with those individuals. We also learned a lot from this past year, and we will encourage our teachers to continue being good role models and helping our students as it comes down to personal hygiene, coughing into their elbow, hand washing before and after meals, and certainly be able to ask of our families to make sure they have a look at their children before they send them off to school. And if they are exhibiting any kind of illness, if they would just kindly keep them home for a short period of time until they're able to feel better and then come back to school, just trying to, again, reduce any infectious outbreaks that might occur. And even though social distancing is not something that's been required since the governor's return of mitigating practices to the school districts, we do know that social distancing works. And while we're not necessarily going to be setting up schedules around social distancing because that does have limits, but we do know that for things like walking in the halls, for students working in small groups, for lunchtime in the lunchroom, being able to practice social distancing is a good practice, and it's something that we will ask our staff members and our students to continue doing as much as practicable. Student attendance has a few requirements, but nothing that we're not used to doing. The federal government, the state government has asked that we do daily attendance, which is part of our everyday activities. We do contact families when students are not at school. We seek their input for knowledge about how long the student might be gone, or if there is work that we might be able to provide, schoolwork that we might be able to provide for the student. And we know that student activities are a great motivator for students. And so with student activities being able to continue, we're just anticipating that that will add to students' desire and families' interests in being able to make sure their students are at school. Teachers are required to be available to our students when they're absent by either the internet or telephone. So if a student is gone for 1 or 2 days, those are generally absences that are relatively easy to make up when the student returns to school. If, however, the student's absent is a little bit longer, families should recognize that there's an opportunity for those families to contact the student's teacher and get information or knowledge about what that student may have missed while the student was out of school. And then we're also, this is something that we do anyway, but the state requires that we state that we will have ongoing training for staff members and teachers, and this can cover a variety of topics. From our operations department, we've already talked quite a bit about student health, including social workers. So that's an aspect of not only physical health, but also mental health that will be available 5 days a week to our students. We're going to maintain our cleaning and sanitation of buildings. As you know, we have a regimen of cleaning that occurs at our buildings. This includes stripping of surfaces for the application of a material that is an antibacterial and works very well. We also have a scheduled system for exchanging the air that's in our buildings, and all of the air that's exchanged is filtered through a hospital quality filter, and those are changed according to the manufacturer's recommendations. Nutrition services, as you are aware, we provided food for our students last year during a difficult school year. And those nutrition services are going to be available for all of our students again. In fact, we were notified by the Department of Agriculture that all students will eat free for the 2021-2022 school year. So that, again, is an important aspect of services that are available for our students. The one thing that's likely to change, however, is that those nutritional services will not likely be available during the weekends. So every day that we hold school, students will be able to take food, have food available to them at no charge at the school. And then, of course, our transportation process is not quite back to 100%. It's operating at approximately 66%. And so one of the key pieces here is there will likely be fewer seats available to families. And so as families go through the registration process, as you update your information, please take a look and make sure you can notify our transportation department if you intend to use our transportation system. There are some limitations with regards to how many students we can accommodate, and at the current point, we are not reducing our walk zones. So really no change to the transportation system other than we will not be able to operate at the same capacity as in non-COVID years. So here are some considerations as I wind up this short presentation and anticipate board discussion and input from the public. It's important to note that everybody will have different academic needs. That's in times whether we have a pandemic or not. But we believe that there's flexibility that's built into this plan that will allow for a variety of needs and services. We want to acknowledge that it is possible that schools, classrooms, or wings could be closed again based on local health conditions. I don't think any of us can say, well, that will never happen again, because it could. There are new variants of COVID-19, and it's just hard to predict how something like that might occur. So I think it's also safe to say that regardless of whether it's a pandemic or not, all people who come into our school buildings do so at some risk. Hopefully that risk is minimized, because that's really our goal, is to make sure that people come to school, that they're safe while they're there. But there are chances that people could get injured or become ill as a result of attending. And it's, again, important just to note that all conditions are subject to change. Next steps for us is we will listen intently to questions and concerns, issues that board members, members of the citizenry, students, members of public agencies, anybody who has a thought, we certainly are going to take that into consideration. A final plan will be presented to this board on the 13th of July, and then we are required to submit the final plan on July the 14th to the Nevada Department of Education. One last thing after that submission of our application to the Department of Ed is that we would place the plan by September the 10th on our webpage so that it is available for anybody to see and to learn about our school district. And then, of course, we would come back within 6 months to take a look at how the plan is working, again, seek input and guidance, and then take whatever plan or step is necessary within our plan. Trustees, do you have any questions of me after this brief introduction?
Laurel?
Mr. Stokes, you said that the federal government and Department of Education both require this reopening plan, and I guess what I'm wondering, are they tying any of our funding that we receive, the ESSER funding, to these reopening plans?
Thank you, Trustee Crossman. That is exactly part of this exercise. Obviously, we want to have a school that is meeting the needs of our community, but we are also being asked to be accountable for the funds that are being offered to us by the federal government. The state government is really the agency that writes the check, but both agencies are requiring that an exercise like this be done in all of the school districts.
Anybody else on the board? Richard, just to be clear, and I'll just keep it short, but our hands are tied on the bus portion of this. It's required that students wear masks when entering our buses.
At the current time.
Okay.
Again, I
And again, that could
expect,
change.
yeah, and I expect again that, so the most recent information that we have on the use of face masks on our buses was back about the 28th of April. And so I'm anticipating that in advance of the start of the new school year, and looking at the data as the governor has done in the past, he is likely to make some other statement that provides additional guidance regarding this particular topic. But right now, Mr. President, you're correct, that's the expectation.
Okay, and then once kids get off the bus and they get to the school, I know in here it said that masks for those that are vaccinated, but we won't be checking others, but we're making more of a blanket statement that says no masks, unless we're told by an authority above us.
That's correct. At this point, the new school year starts July 1, and the plan that's being presented tonight would be without face masks unless there is some other requirement that is given to us by public agencies.
Okay, good. Okay, seeing last chance, any? Okay,
It's more of a comment. I just really appreciate, having had 5 children going through the district, that there's more of an awareness the past year of when your child is ill. Because, of course, this is the more recent one, but there's been strep throat outbreaks, there's norovirus that just can run through elementary schools. And so I really like the awareness that parents are having on checking your child's health before you send. And I have enough kids to know you can send a kid that has no symptoms whatsoever and they can still barf. But I think that, this is a good thing that came from this, that people are more aware and taking that time. And I hope that as we go forward, the Department of Education and looking at attendance requirements, that I know we want kids at school, but I hope that there's that leeway and flexibility for when children are sick, that we can avoid that.
Trustee Crossman, I think that your boys show us they're capable of much more than just barfing. We don't want to use your family as the example.
Richard.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think overall this is a good plan, and I'm happy to see the face masks situation not being required unless it's overridden. But I am really curious to see what the community has to say and what they think of the plan.
Yeah, so with that, John, did you have anything or? Okay. With that, I'd like to open it up to the public on this topic. Let's see, I don't know if these were just for general public comment. So I think for this discussion, anybody would like to come up to the table, kind of first come, first serve, please. And same thing, we're going to keep to the 3-minute so we can give everybody a chance to talk because we do have to wrap this up by 7.
Robert Harris, thanks for diffusing me. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. I brought in today, I wanted you guys to review. I know that there's a lot of conflicting stuff out there. When all this first started, I started out with the World Health Organization. And so the name of the papers that I'm going to give you, it's called Mask Use in the Context of COVID-19. And I will give it to you. The only thing that this is missing is the references because it's like 7 pages and, ink and all that. So in here, you're going to find that the question isn't to mask or not to mask. It's, are we going to have medical grade masks? Because that's where the difference in microbials comes in, right? Because this is an airborne virus. The cloth mask is basically a fashion accessory. I understand that, since this has kind of gone on, we've noticed that we haven't had as many flus, we haven't had as many colds, and everything else, but we got to keep this in context. For COVID-19, cloth mask doesn't work. In here, it has different rates of use. So after 5 cycles, 5 uses, the cloth mask, depending on how many layers, is garbage. It's no longer good. All this information is in here. I would encourage all of you to read it. I've read it about 4 times, and I swear I learned something new every time. So medical grade or no mask, that's kind of my thing. I believe in performance with purpose. If you look at Florida versus California per capita, they were polar opposites, but their numbers are just about the same. Locally, I think the health department said 20% of our cases came from grocery stores. So if you guys want to look at that item also, that would be something I would encourage you. Everybody in a grocery store has a mask on. So, thanks.
I'll give it to Renee so we can make sure it gets distributed. Great. Robert, thanks.
On there, okay, well, what's that thing? Never mind. Okay. Now, during the 2009 swine flu epidemic, something like 63 million people were infected. This virus also came from China, and the virus mainly affected children. The CDC, for some reason, did not keep accurate account of deaths. But no schools were closed and no masks were worn. In fact, the CDC said masks wouldn't help. Now, under the COVID-19, we have a situation where Florida never closed their schools and never required children to wear masks, and there was no major outbreak, no major deaths, and the deaths from COVID generally affect the elderly. And of course, COVID-19, again, came from China. Here again, why are we requiring masks when masks will not contain stop a virus which is so small? And my opinion here is no masks, not even on the bus, because in school they're going to be all together with no masks. So why not allow them all the freedom and not wear masks on the bus? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Lee Elliott, and I'm a resident of Carson City. I think some of you know me. I know Richard knows me. We're talking about masks. We're talking about the masking of our society, where we have become so paranoid that we're going to catch a germ, not only the COVID, but from anything else, touching the ground. I remember as a kid, and I'm sure most of you remember when you'd roll out in the dirt and you'd come into the classroom and you went home and you didn't get sick. Remember those days? Well, what's happened psychologically is damaging long-term to our children. And what I mean by that is that we as parents, I'm a great-grandfather now 3 times. Can you believe that? Because I'm so young. And I see the ugliness. My wife, Richard Stokes knows this, was a counselor at Borderwick for 11 years. Okay? And these kids are hitting the streets now after a horrendous year wondering, are they going to die now? What's going to happen if they don't wear their masks? There's no counseling for the young children like they used to have at the schools. And to me, that is a breach of the oath that this school board took to protect our children and our families. Yes, COVID was ugly. I've had 7 heart attacks and I didn't get it, and I'm not going to take the shot. Okay? But you've got to look in your soul, and you've got to understand that the psychological damage these kids have had happen to them for the last year is going to haunt them for years. Okay? And that's a truth. They, at a young age, need our guidance. They need counselors at schools when a kid comes up to them and says, I just touched Johnny and his family had COVID. Am I going to die? And that happens. I've read about it and I've talked to kids. We've got to be serious about this. We've got to let our kids have their immune system grow back to where it was prior to COVID-19.
Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. That was 3 minutes. Thank you, Lee.
Barb Mathers, I'm concerned about the cleaning protocols. How long is that going to happen? Because I think that's ridiculous. He talked about like taking the surface, something or other, spray crap. I don't know. I've read all kinds of things about the cleaning products that are being used, and those cause more damage than all of the other stuff. How long are those cleaning protocols going to remain in place?
Richard, do you have a response?
We had anticipated those cleaning conditions being maintained throughout the school year.
So it's indefinite. I mean, this is just going to be for forever. Lysol wipes are not a great thing to have around kids all the time. I have super sensitive skin. You can see I'm wearing my paint clothes again, so you know I'm the crazy mom that paints. I can't use stuff like that because it burns my skin. And my son is the same way. If it's going to be all over the desk and then he has to go and touch it, he's going to have outbreaks on his skin.
The system that we use, just to add some information here, is it's a fogger, it's a mister.
Okay.
And so that process is completed when there are no students in the room, and then it completely dries.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been the system that we used this past year and are planning to continue using.
So there's not anything that like remains on the surface? I mean, that doesn't just disappear. When you put a chemical on a surface, it stays there, right? Mister is a liquid, correct? So it's landing somewhere, and then they can touch it and, pick their nose and lick their fingers. Kindergartners are constantly touching their faces. That's why the masks are ridiculous. They don't cover, they don't keep them on their face and not touch them. Every time you touch the mask, anything that's filtered out is now on their fingers. When they put the mask back on, it gets in their nose, it gets in their mouth, it gets everywhere. Children do not leave their face alone, whether they have something on their face or they don't. So if there's anything on the surface, they're getting it in their mouth. I'm concerned about that. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration.
And I do know, Barb, it's been a while since I asked a similar question when this whole thing started. And I was curious about that. Is this Lysol? What is it?
Yeah.
And there was some information brought to us. I don't remember what it is, but I wonder if we can get that information made
Sure, I can-
available to
That would
folks.
be
I
appreciated.
can
just
bring that
because
back, sure.
I don't really like lots of cleaning stuff.
I know I tried to offer my wife who's a teacher Lysol, and she said we can't bring that into the classroom.
Yeah,
So,
children have allergies, and I mean, it's especially with the littlest ones, that's not a good idea.
yeah, if we could do that, that'd be helpful, I
Sure,
think.
glad to bring
Okay.
that to the school district board.
Hi, I'm Karen Stevens, and
I appreciate the time to ask some of these questions regarding the school plan. Some of it sounds pretty good, but I have a few other questions about it. Just building on her comments about the cleaning products, I'm wondering if they're organic. That's the only thing I use in my home because chemicals are not good for your body. So that would be my recommendation. You're using organic cleaning products. And there's lots of items like lemon oil, that's organic. It's easy to buy organic products to clean places and disinfect. So one of my questions was, you did the presentation, but I didn't see any copies of the draft plan anywhere, so we could actually review the whole thing. So is there some site we can go to review that draft plan?
Yes, thank you for asking that. We do have it on our webpage, www.carsoncityschools.com. And it's very easy to find. In fact, if you wait for the photos to scroll through at the top of the page, you'll be able to click on one of those and you'll be able to be taken to the document. Obviously, at the end of this meeting, we plan to make modifications to the document that will then be brought back again. But those updates will be seen on the webpage as well.
Okay, excellent. So another comment was made about counselors, and there's something on there about social worker services. I don't know what that is. But I know when I was working at the Department of Education, counselors were being laid off. And have we brought back counselors over all the problems that have been going on the last year? Because I know this has really messed kids up.
We have within our school district, we have a social worker at every school, and then there are 3 at Carson High School. And the social workers have the background training essentially to visit with individual students and to also connect families with social services of any kind that might be representative of what's needed at the home. So as far as guidance counselors, we have individuals who are playing a different role in our schools, especially at our elementary schools right now.
Not the same? Okay, maybe somebody else can follow up on that. And then online services, you brought that on. So it sounds like you're gonna just allow people or children to use that you approve of. And so in speaking to a school district employee, she informed me that the application process was supposed to be done by April 23rd, and that they ran out of seats. So was there not enough seats available for all the people that want to apply for online services, or was I misguided on that?
We have plenty of seats available for anybody who's interested in the online full remote program. So I would encourage anybody that you're talking with who have children that are interested in that process or families who are to contact Mr. Jason Zona. He's the principal at Pioneer High School and Pioneer Academy. So Pioneer Academy is a standalone program that will be serviced by fully licensed teachers who are skilled and capable in working in a remote format.
So as many students that want to go to that, there are seats available for them? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that we will fill that to a level that is manageable for the teachers. See, the students are not in a classroom per se. They're sitting at home, maybe in a library. They have the ability to be in another location. So it's not like we have to have enough classroom. We have to have enough students that, or enough teachers rather, that can actually help the number of students that are enrolled. So that would be our limiting factor, is the number of students per student or per teacher.
So there's a number of students per grade that you're going to allow, or you have like one total number that you've going to allow?
So if we have students in the first grade that want to be working in a remote program, then we will limit that number of first graders to the number that is doable by the teacher. If that number is 25, then that would be the cutoff number. But we are waiting to see who actually applies for our program. As you know, when kids were last year working in remote programs, we didn't have, in some cases, great interaction with those individuals. And so we're trying to gain back any learning loss that might have been received by the student, and we know we can do that when we can get the adults and the students in the right ratio so that there aren't more kids than the teacher can manage and so forth. So it's going to be brand new for us. We are working to make sure that we're meeting at least the minimum requirements that the state has for student-to-teacher ratios.
All right, thank you for that. One last question I had was, it's my understanding that the school district receives about $11,000 per student. Is that an accurate figure?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to that, Karen, but I just needed to let you know the 3 minutes are up. But if you want to follow up, or unless you can answer that quickly, and then we'll move on to the
Sure.
next person.
Yeah, that number is quite a bit higher than we actually receive. Our number is closer to $7,000 per student.
Okay, I have to double check on that one.
Okay, so
Yeah,
my
okay.
fiscal services guy is saying that I've only given you a part of the answer, which is the amount that we receive from the general fund. There's also additional dollars that we receive from grants.
Yes, and that's the figure I was looking for, the full amount.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie King, and my question is, number one, a social worker is not the same as a counselor. They do not treat the kids in elementary school. They might have the qualifications. I don't think they have the experience or the knowledge on how to approach or help these children that really need the help. And I think that we need to go ahead and maybe, yeah.
I'm sorry. Renee was just telling us we can't hear you. I guess the recording can't. If you can just pull the mic closer.
Oh, okay, is that better? Okay, my question is, well, really, it's not a question, it's a statement, and I don't feel that a social worker is the same as a counselor, especially for children that are in elementary school. A counselor and a social worker, they're two different people. They're trained two different ways. A counselor can go ahead and talk to a little kid, get them to speak. A social worker is more intellect and has maybe more school book knowledge than the experience. So I think that's something that, we really need to look into and get counselors back into the schools.
Just want to say a couple of things, Betsy Strasberg. I heard many of the speakers talk about masks. I think mask has not proven to be very useful, and after a few uses, they lose their efficiency even more. But the more important thing is masks are a symbol. We don't want to create fear in our young generation. There was a generation that went to World War II against our enemies, but if they are fearful of their own shadow, and masks have done that. I see young people walking in the street in front of my house with their dog alone with a mask on. I've seen young children, when they were told by their parents that they don't need a mask at home, go around the room afterwards with their hands on top of their nose as if that's going to help them anyway. So I think it's a symbol, and we don't want to create this artificial fear among our children of people next to them or of their environment. I think psychologically it's not the right thing to do. The second thing I would ask is, have the school considered any changes in their nutrition programs? Because I've read a lot that in many ways, if we boost our immune systems, that can help avert all of these diseases that are airborne or around us. So I was wondering if the nutrition programs have been reevaluated in terms of what we are going to face in this coming year. And that would be my recommendation. Second thing is, I've also talked to the CEO of Carson Tahoe Hospital, asking why we couldn't do any wellness programs to educate the parents as well, and staff, et cetera, to see how we can improve the general health and avoid these bad things that are happening around us. So those would be my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Richard Nagel. I'm basically along the lines of what Betsy Strasberg has to say. I've got about 40 units in nutrition from Merritt and Laney College and Mesa College in California. And one of the things that we need to focus on is the immune system of our children. And I think that zinc and vitamin D and C are critical in building the immune system up. And zinc is really easily accessible from something as simple as pumpkin seeds. Something like this. We have an RD for our school system, and we need to get them to acknowledge an approach for nutritional wellness in the future. The other thing I would also want to say, a non-chemical way of preventing bacterial spread or virus spread would be inside the ducts that you're talking about filtering, would be to put black lights. Black lights are very good at killing COVID-19, okay? My understanding, because when I worked at the VA, I was told that the VA, that the COVID-19 is a very wimpy virus when it comes to sanitation procedures. And the most important thing it can do is wash your hands, you know, and clean the doorknobs. You know, as soon as you go from one place to another, wash your hands. My wife and I have practiced that for the past year. Haven't got sick all year. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, it's 6:54. We still have a few minutes if anybody has anything else to add about the draft plan. Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tom Gibbons. I've been a member of the community now for 50 years. In the process, I've gone through the entire educational cycle far earlier in my than this time, and remember a lot of different things from those years too, none of which we are experiencing today. So my suggestion is this, is that online teaching does not hold a candle to teaching in person. And I'm very concerned in that regard for the simple reason that I would like to know the standard that might be available to say, you know, I think I'm going to opt out and be taught at home. One of the simple situations, I'm a graduate school student, and one of the simple situations we find that the not only interaction with the teacher, but with fellow students is critically important. And to be lackadaisical, I'm not saying you are lackadaisical, it's basically coming from on top if Fauci can figure out what the heck he's doing next. Coming into a situation whereby I think it's important we get the children back in the classroom. Now, I've had a son who's gone through the school districts here as well as UNR, and I can tell you that I will save it for another chapter to tell you what I think of the current educational system. But my primary concern, I think it's extremely important that we get the children back in the classroom, that we focus on teacher-student interaction, student-on-student interaction. I think that's important. I read in the paper just recently where there is going to be a fall break. Well, I think that's very nice. But I can also tell you those are days that could have been used or could be used to teach the children and bring them up to standard. We know exactly what's happening to the entire educational system in this country. It's not going up, it's not increasing, we continue to fall within the world standards in terms of education. Now, again, I'm not an educator, I'm a healthcare provider. But I can see in some regards what has happened, not only personally, to some close family members, and I won't get any more specific than that with the current educational system, but I fondly look back and how fortunate I was in the years I was taught. It's been great to become a member of this community. I appreciate anybody that's volunteering, as you are, to fill these roles. I'd like for someone to say I was asked to run for mayor many years ago. I said, "Are you nuts? I don't have the kudos to do that, and you folks have the willingness to be there." So I thank you for that, but I encourage you
Thank you,
to get as many children back as the classroom as possible.
Sorry, Tom,
Teach
I do have to
reading,
cut you off
writing,
at 3
and
minutes.
arithmetic, and I will finish this up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple minutes left. Richard, did you have any closing remarks, or are we good? I'm good. Okay. We have 2 minutes and 2 comments. We do have to end
Okay.
at 7 o'clock. I apologize.
What kind of extra things are you going to have for kids who are struggling?
Give us your name real quick.
It's Heather Coe. And my son has always struggled in math. He was doing really great with solutions. I worked something out, even though that's not exactly what it was for, but he excelled and did great. He has lost a year, basically, of education. Online did not work for him. And I need to know what steps you're taking for these kids to have extra help, the ones that need it.
We have established summer school that runs until the end of the month. If your son is not enrolled in that, it probably is not
But
a time for
summer
that.
school's not going to help all these kids that lost literally a year of education. So what do you propose for all these kids who are behind?
We will be asking our teachers to work to have the students tested. I mean, as they meet with the kids every day and they have an opportunity to understand where they are going to adopt their classroom time to work towards the best interest of the students. So keeping in
I mean,
mind
we've
that there's
never been
25
up
kids.
high there when it comes to education.
I hate to
We've
interrupt,
always
Mr.
been
President,
at the
but we are
bottom.
limited to public comment on the reopening plan at this point, and it is 7 o'clock.
Okay.
I would invite you to contact your student's principal and then teacher once that's established. And then by all means, let's talk about what individual steps can be taken for your child.
Okay,
We do that
when are
as
you
a,
guys meeting again? Because, I mean,
We do by law have to stop this. They're going to do it right now. If you want to come and during the break or whatever, we can get you some information. Because I don't want you to go away. Oh, sorry. I don't want you to go away thinking there's no answers, but I think it requires a separate conversation.
okay. Thank you.
They're having a meeting at 7, so you can get up and say
talk to him again.
You're welcome to. Okay, so at this point, we're going to close the board workshop, and we're going to call the regular board meeting to order. And so the first item on the agenda is, adoption of the agenda as submitted, but I do want to make a note that we have some folks that traveled here on some items to be discussed, and so we're going to ask that we move item 7, public comment, to after item 10, so that we can get the 3 presenters here.
So I'll move that we adopt a flexible agenda, giving chair the authority to pull items in the order needed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment about this agenda item? Seeing none, anything remote?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Okay, back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move to item 4, superintendent report. For information only, Richard Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I have just a brief statement that I'd like to read. I know that there have been a number of
Thanks, Joy.
members of the community that have spoken in public comment, and I'd like to just share this, if I could, with the community and with the citizens that are here tonight and with the board. The American Heritage Dictionary defines equity as the state or quality of being just and fair. For schools, this means ensuring that all students, every child, every day, from advanced placement to special education, receive the support they need to succeed academically as well as socially and emotionally. Every child has the right to feel loved and cared for and to feel that they belong to a community. Educational equity means there is no predictability of success or failure that correlates with any social or cultural factor. A child's educational experience or outcomes should not be predictable because of race, ethnicity, linguistic background, economic class, religion, gender, sexual orientation, physical and cognitive ability, or any other socio-political identity marker. Most public schools receive funding from a variety of sources, including the federal government. In recent years, federal grants have required applicants to ensure educational equity for all students. Being able to improve outcomes for underserved students has been guided by certain educational initiatives, like ensuring that there is quality teaching occurring in every classroom, assuring rigorous standards applied to all students, providing systems to improve teacher instruction, and making changes to improve educational success in low-performing schools. These activities are expectations of all school districts who receive federal dollars like Title I and Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. Granted, these initiatives are often aimed at urban schools where significant educational challenges are more visible. However, the federal guidelines are expected from all entities to apply for and receive monies associated with these federal programs. Questions have recently been raised about hiring a position as Director of Equity in Curriculum and Instruction. Having a position within the district to help assure these conditions are made available is essential not only to improving services for students, but to also meet federal expectations to qualify for needed funding. The goal of the Carson City School District is to improve educational access for all students, so anyone who is willing can take advantage of the opportunities of college, trade school, and the workforce so they have access to all the benefits and opportunities this country has to offer, not because of a political ideology, but because they have received the educational tools necessary to succeed. And Mr. President, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Move on to item 5, board reports, board member comments. We'll start off with Nevada Association of School Boards. No report. Okay, we'll start down at the end. Mike?
No report this evening.
Stacy?
We had a NIAA board meeting June 15th. They made some changes in the transfer rules and had a vigorous discussion about the upcoming seasons. We have an emergency meeting on the 24th to discuss a proposal that's been put forth to adjust the academic eligibility requirements for the first semester. Because of they didn't really get their season, and if their grades were bad, if they weren't eligible at the end of this year because of that, they wouldn't be able to start in the fall, which is the only season that is affected by COVID, by those problems. So we're going to discuss that with the superintendents and see if that is something that there's a taste for to allow them. A lot of them are going to summer school, so it's not as big a hole as expected, but there still are going to be kids that aren't going to be able to play winter sports if this doesn't pass. So that should be a good discussion. And then last night, we had a Parks and Rec meeting here in the Bob Kroll room with open space. A lot of public comment there too about the dog leash ordinance and dog parks. They still are looking for input on from people in the public about dog leashing in the parks and in open space. We went over the memorial policy and the Mountain Street trailhead new design, which is kind of exciting with the Anderson project. And then they did want to let everybody know there is a huge need for lifeguards because the pool is closed on Sundays now because they just don't have the staffing. So if you know anybody that's looking for a kid looking for a job or even an adult, it'd be real helpful to help them. And they're seasonal workers too. There's not a lot of upkeep, which I'm sure we're having the same problem with too. So that's my report.
Thank you. Don?
I don't have a report tonight.
Lupe?
I don't have a report either.
Moving right along. Laurel?
Just to follow up on the lifeguards, because I have two that just moved on to other things that were lifeguards. It is such a great job for kids because they are very flexible with the hours. They can also work another job if they found another part-time job. It's a great opportunity for kids, and there's a lot of flexibility throughout the year. My report for Fremont Elementary School is that they are very excited to have Carrie Pryor join them as their new assistant principal, and I think she's going to continue to do fabulous things there. And they also would like to wish Cheryl Rochetta all the best as she moves into her new position at Borderwick as their new principal. And that concludes my report.
Richard?
I have no report tonight, but I would just like to take a minute to thank all the public members who show up for these meetings and express your opinions and thoughts. We do take them seriously, and I just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I would ditto that. I have no report tonight, so we'll move on to item 6, association reports. Do we have any association reports tonight, either in person or remote through email?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Okay. Seeing none, like we said, we're going to jump to item 8, and then we'll pick up item 7 after item 10. Item 8 is presentation on the greenhouse project proposed plan to develop a revenue-generating enterprise requiring the need to use additional property on the campus at Carson High School. This is for discussion only, no action will be taken, and we have Karen Aboud.
Good evening, and thank you. I'd like to introduce our team. Myself, Karen Aboud, I'm the president of the Greenhouse Project. Our executive director, John Ryder. Our greenhouse manager, Corey King. Assistant manager, Will Pierce. They'll all be here for questions. I want to thank you for your time this evening as we are here to discuss and hopefully just get a nod of approval to pursue our submission for our NDEP application and a major plan review with the city for a special use permit amendment for the permaculture program and expanded teaching farm on the 1 3/4 that is school district property, north of the solar panels at Carson High. This is part of a two-pronged approach that the Greenhouse Project is pursuing to allow self-sufficiency and sustainability for its mission of growing, giving, and teaching. The year of COVID has forced a new look beyond fundraising to ensure financial security. Not competing, but working with local business. The Greenhouse Project has sought the input of local landscapers and nurseries to develop a list of native plants they need and have a hard time getting. And both programs, the expanded teaching farm and the vermiculture composting of school food waste, satisfy a revenue need for the Greenhouse Project and provide educational opportunities for students. So now I'll introduce John, and you have several documents that you got in your packet. And so he will go through those, and if there's any questions, we'll take those.
Thanks, Karen. So the first, you got a number of handouts there, and the first one is just a 2-page summary of what we're proposing to do here on this land. If you're all familiar with the Carson High School site, the solar panels, there's a 1.75 acre parcel just north of the solar panels that's currently unused. It's near our current site. So as we started thinking about some potential revenue generating options that we could do instead of relying on concert fundraisers and that sort of thing, we realized that this could really be used to tie into the curriculum and not only generate revenue for the Greenhouse Project to fund back into our core mission, but we can tie it into the curriculum of the ag sciences students and CTE students and create a more comprehensive teaching farm taken together with our current site. So really that's what the first document is, that 2-page proposal. The first phase would consist of the worm composting or vermiculture. We would start that probably as early as this fall, getting it up and going into next spring. But this is really a neat program because we would be able to use some food waste from Carson High School initially, and then some of the other schools in the district to recycle food waste, and potentially even other downtown restaurants. The second phase then would be the nursery crop propagation. And then you have a brief summary of what we anticipate our budget to be on that. So that's the first document. I don't know if we want to go questions on each document, or do we want to just outline each what we've been given and then take questions?
I'm happy to let you guys finish your presentation, but if anybody has a question, feel free to ask.
Okay. We can, I'll just outline the rest of the documents. There's a couple letters of support, one from Mark Kornick and Director of Operations Services. Mark is a former board member, so he's very familiar with us. He's still in our action group, which meets monthly, so he's very involved with us. There's a letter of support from Candy Ruff, the CTE coordinator. Candy is a current board member, so she again is very familiar with what we do. And then she also developed 2 other documents. One is how our proposed activities align with the strategic plan and how the curriculum could tie into the CTE agriculture and natural resources standards alignment. So you got those. The other documents involve the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection composting permit, which we're required to get. So you see some guidance documents there and a draft of our permit application, which we included because it really describes the composting operation in great detail. And then there's a proposed map of the site and what we are proposing to do out there. But really taken together, this site and our current site could really create a more comprehensive teaching farm concept for the students. Plus, it helps us generate some revenue, but we can also, enhance the curriculum. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Don, go ahead.
Do we have any plans for that 1.75 acres? I know with the Lampa housing project, we may lose some of our baseball field, but would that affect the 1.75 acres?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Carini. The land consideration that you're thinking of actually is on another part of the campus. So right now, this particular property that's in question is on the north side of the solar array at Carson High School. And there's a piece of property there that extends north from the solar array. And there's about 1.75 acres right there, and that's the portion that the greenhouse project is looking to be considered for this particular project that you just heard.
Yeah, if that land is not committed, I think it's a great idea. And I miss the concerts.
I do too.
Anything coming back this summer?
Unfortunately not. The entertainment industry was one of the most hard hit. And because of that, we can't afford the acts anymore. So that's it.
May I from the back? Just so you know,
Sorry, you have to come up to the microphone and state your name first.
Hi, my name's William Piers. The area in question, just so y'all know, it's where the fireworks and bonfire stuff have been staged in the past. So that's the area of land. And part of what we have worked through with Nevada Department of Environmental Protection is considering the property distances are already not within what the permits consider, but they are willing to allow a variance concerning the project, pending application, of course.
And to address that further, Mark and I have reached out to all the properties within 1,000 feet of this project. So just so you know that. They will be properly noticed for 30 days once the in-depth application is submitted, and they have a time period in which to respond. But yes, as a courtesy, we have, and for the most part, everybody's supportive or unresponsive, so.
Mike?
I would just say that I think this is a great project. It's a great opportunity for these students in CTE to actually apply what they're learning, but also there's an element of problem solving that's going to go along with both of these projects that you talk about. And so I think this is the type of project when we have our community PLCs and we talk about real world application, this is what we're looking at. So thank you for partnering with us, and I think this is going to be a great opportunity for students.
Thank you.
Yeah, Karen, I agree. I think the greenhouse has been a nice addition to the community. I just had a question when we're talking about sales and eventually, generating revenue. I think that's important these days, but is there any impact? I think somebody asked this question last meeting too. Is there any liability for the school district? Can we use our grounds to sell and generate revenue for the project, or has anyone broached that topic with the city? Or
As far as I know, the Greenhouse Project carries insurance of our own. And so when we have our plant sales and things of that nature, there is no impact with regards to it. So I don't see this as being any different than that. And we are talking to Bybee and Associates about it as we expand forward, but I don't see it any different than what we currently do.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Richard?
On the special use permit, is there a concern about maybe contamination of groundwater? Is that why they're asking for that?
I think, and Mark Kornick isn't here, he's on vacation. And he's the one that has worked with planning briefly on the special use permit. I think it's because this is an expanded use of our special use permit, and I think that's why we have to go through this process. So just because we're expanding on what we currently do, it always triggers this, so.
Right, that's, just to answer that question, you're exactly right. Anything on school grounds, not anything, but a lot of things require a special use permit. So anything being slightly different does require it, and issues like that will come up. I'm sure they'll raise questions or staff will comment on it.
Right.
Then one other issue is if at some point in time we needed to put more solar panels back in that piece of property, how would we stand if we needed to reclaim that land, I guess, for lack of a better term?
I believe that if we moved forward and approved this project, it would be to the end that has been described tonight. We have entered into an agreement with the greenhouse project with our current greenhouse, and we're anticipating that this goes into perpetuity. And so this would be the approved use of this particular property. So if we were to put more solar on the Carson High School grounds, we would need to look for another location.
Richard, if you look at that map, there's a section that they could put more in. It's an L section, so there's a spot.
Just like that.
Yeah, I know it's an L shape. I didn't know if that's the whole 1.7 acres, that L shape, the whole area.
No, that's the solar arrays. See if they added some more, they could add in there.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong piece then. I'm sorry.
And Richard, just so that you know, there's actually more acreage than that. And it's used for school storage, I believe, and a few other things of that nature. So there's actually more acreage than what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Any additional board questions?
I have one.
Stacy?
So is this a yearly lease or a 3-year lease, or you just talked about perpetuity?
We have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the greenhouse project. And as you know, the greenhouse project, with the monies that they raise and that they pay us in rent, that money goes directly to the ag program. So really the school district, from a financial perspective, enjoys the benefit that the greenhouse project provides to that particular program. But we, unless the board, has other intentions for that property, we have entered into a project or a memorandum of understanding that says we're going to support each other in this endeavor. And so when I say into perpetuity, unless the greenhouse project goes out of business, which we hope does not happen, then we're in business with them, and they provide an amazing program for our students in school.
And I agree. I'm not saying that you don't. That's not what I'm trying to get at. But it's kind of like when you have a really good superintendent and you do all these programs, and then you get a really bad superintendent in, So you guys are great. We've had some great events out there, but what if personnel changes and it turns into something that we don't want it to be? I'm just making sure that there's something, that there's a safety net so that if we don't like what they're doing, or you don't like what we're doing, I mean, it's both ways, that there is a way for us to take care of that situation.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkie. I understand your question better. I believe our current memorandum of understanding is 6 years?
Yes,
And
5.
5 years?
5.
So at the end of the 5th year, we would come back to this body. We would talk about any plans, any concerns, any issues. And then certainly, yes, this body does have the ability. But I guess I was speaking that if in general, the board is happy and the Greenhouse Project has invested time and money into this project, I don't foresee a reason that we would end that relationship.
I don't either, but we didn't see COVID coming either. So, you
I
just
get
never
that.
know.
I know.
And it's nothing against you guys. I just want to make sure that,
Which is
both
why we're
parties are
here
happy.
tonight, because,
Exactly.
because life
So,
changes.
I think it's a great program, and we have over 300 ed student, and then we have the middle school starting theirs with the FFA.
Yes,
So
exactly right.
It's
So
a
it's
great
very
thing.
exciting, and we're already collaborating on
Yeah.
that, so.
And so, the one question I always ask, how much does it cost the district? Because everybody wants to make sure that we're not using district funds for this. So just to put it on the record.
It doesn't.
Because the budget that you had in there was 40,000, but that's your budget. That's not $40,000 out of our budget.
That's right.
It's all of our money that we've raised for this.
Thank you for the
Thank you, Stacy.
clarification.
Okay. I think we've asked all our questions. Anything else you'd like to present?
I think that's it, unless you have any questions on the application. Will is here to answer the details, so is Corey. So if there's anything pertaining to that you would like answered, they are happy to do it. That's beyond our pay grade.
Mr. President, I would just add one more piece of information, and that is, at some point when the permitting conditions get settled, then we would bring back a revised memorandum of understanding that would be provided to the board, so then action could take place and everything is signed and in agreement, and we could then move forward.
That's right.
Yeah, Don.
Here's hoping that Little River Band is feeling charitable in 2022.
One can
Thank
only
you for
hope.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 9, discussion on a potential bond issuance for fiscal year 2022 to complete capital projects in the Carson City School District. This item is again for discussion only, and we have Andrew Fueling and Marty Johnson presenting.
This here for you when you're ready. All right. Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Hello. Sorry. Thank you, trustees. AJ Fueling for the record. This evening we have Mr. Marty Johnson with us, the district's bond advisor. Has been working with the district for
Almost as many years as you've been alive.
many years. many years. So as you know, we have some significant capital projects going on around the district. And as the years have gone by, inflation has reared its head, as well as just learning more about projects. And so there's been some cost increases that we've had to take into consideration. Back in December of 2019, the district bonded for $11 million. We are now looking at needing probably in the range, at a minimum, $7 million, but we have capacity to go beyond that. So we're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. If you have any specific questions about the projects, that's more for me, but Mr. Johnson will tell you a little bit about the markets that we are living in, as crazy as they are and have been, and what things look like for the district going forward, so that we can better plan some of these projects here in the near future.
Thanks, AJ. For the record, Marty Johnson with J&A Consulting Group, and I started working with the school district in 1990. So it has been a lot of years. So we're going to recap the, have you been alive that long?
Can we just point out the big smile on AJ's face that he started in 1990?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that long ago, honestly. But anyway, let me just kind of recap where we're at right now in terms of the district's position as it relates to capital funding. We went and got approval from the Debt Management Commission. We have to do that before we can issue bonds. And as AJ mentioned, we've issued some bonds against that. We currently have about $23.8 million of capacity available from the Debt Management Commission. We still have to pass some tests to be able to issue those bonds, and we'll talk about those in a minute. The projected revenue for fiscal year 22 from the Department of Taxation's estimates are $7.3 million. About 12% of the gross property tax revenues in Carson City for the school district are abated. So there's almost $1 million that is not being collected because of the 3% and 8% abatement caps. Annual debt service right now is ranging from $6 to $6.3 million. So you can see we do have some available revenues coming in that we can do something with. The debt service fund balance is about 80% of next year's debt service. The district's bond rating was recently downgraded. I know AJ talked to you about that a couple of months ago when it happened. I'm going to talk just a little bit more about that as well. And then in this last session, SB 450 was approved. A lot of us are reading it as though it extended the bonding authority until 2035. And I think that that will be the case. maybe it was 2040, but I think it's going to be 2035. Either way, we have the authority to take care of capital projects for a number of years. So that should be a good thing for the school district. Just a little bit about the market and where we are with interest rates. This is a 20-year chart of tax exempt rates. You can see the 5, 10, and 20-year rates. You can see that spike, and that's March of last year when the market just shut down. No one knew what was going to happen. Interest rates went through the roof. Very, very quickly came back down, and you can see that we're about as low as we have ever been. We've had short-term rates that were really low before, but long-term rates haven't been like this in the 31 years I've been doing this. So it is a very attractive time to go out and take advantage of those rates if you have need for capital money. One other point, over the years, we've taken advantage of these low rates and reduced debt service on outstanding bonds by over $3.2 million. And that is savings that accrues in that debt service fund that eventually can become capital projects money. So we have done what we can to help manage, those bond issuances to make sure that we aren't spending any more than we absolutely need to. So the rating downgrade happened in February of 2021. Since my sister lives in Ohio, and I'm sure she's not watching, I can blame her on some stuff. But this is like when I would play Monopoly with her when I was a kid and she would be losing and she'd change the rules on me. That's exactly what Moody's did to us. We didn't do anything different. Nothing changed about the school district. Moody's just decided to change the way they were going to look at us. They put heavy weighting on pensions. They can't understand that the pension obligation in Nevada is not an obligation of the school district. If the school district shut down tomorrow, the accumulated pension liability would not be owed by the school district. It would go to wherever those employees went because it's a percentage of your payroll. So they did that, and they made some changes to how they look at fund balance and what ratios you need, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, they downgraded us to a AA rating, which is still an excellent rating. It's not what we were. I know, Stacy. I agree with you. I mean, we still are among the best of the school district. We're just not alone at the top. But you can see Washow's AA3, Douglas is AA-. That's the S&P equivalent of a AA3 from Moody's. Lyon, a neighboring school district, is an A+. Depending on how the market is, depending on whether we're talking about bonds that we're paying back in 2 years or 3 years or 20 years, the interest rate impact could be anywhere between 2 and 10 basis points. So instead of a 2%, it might be a 2.02% or a 2.1%. With a lower rating, you do pay slightly higher rates. But again, it was nothing that the district did. It was just Moody's decided to change how they view the world. So moving on from that, outstanding debt service. You can see here the principal and interest represented by the bars and the revenues. Assuming a continued growth of 2 to 3% for the next number of years, we've got a pretty good margin, and that is money that we can use to either repay bonds that we will issue or transfer out as cash to pay for capital projects, or a combination of the two. And so that is the money that we have to work with. The debt service fund balance, which is also important because it's one of the tests we have to pass in order to issue bonds, has to be equal to essentially 50% of next year's debt service. And so you can see that the red, I don't know why that extra bar is in there, or in the legend, but the red is what we need to have based on our current outstanding debt service. The blue bar represents what we will have if no further bonds are issued, if no transfers are made, and the revenues continue to grow at that 2 and 3%. So you can see we are comfortably above that minimum requirement that we have to have. So in order for us to issue bonds, we've got to be able to demonstrate that the revenues will be sufficient to cover the outstanding debt service and the proposed debt service. So if you think back to this chart, we've got to show that that green line will be basically equal to or above the amount of debt service that we're going to have. The other test we've got to pass is that making sure that that blue bar is above the red bar. You know, pretty straightforward stuff. And so as long as we do that, we can issue bonds if the Debt Management Commission approves and, of course, the Board of Trustees approve. We also can do transfers to the Capital Projects Fund as long as we meet both of those tests, that the debt service gets paid and that we leave a balance in the debt service fund equal to that minimum requirement. So looking at all of that, there's approximately $50 million available for capital projects over the next 5 years based on these projections. About $47 million of that comes from bonds. You can see there, and again, these are just for illustrative purposes only. We can slice and dice this 1,000 different ways. $12 million this fall, another $15 million in 2 years, and another $20 million or so 2 years after that. There would also be approximately $3.8 million that can be transferred in from the Capital Projects Fund, assuming that that $47 million of bonds got issued. So that's how we get to that $50 million. Of that $50 million, we can go issue almost $23.5 million of that whenever the board desires. We've still got another year and a half, I believe, on our Debt Management Commission authorization before we would have to go and renew that. So we've got flexibility. We've got the ability to fund projects to the extent that is necessary. So just a couple of thoughts as we look at what your plans might be in looking forward. You know, as I said, the timing of that $50 million can be adjusted. We can accelerate, we can defer. Generally, unless property taxes do something outside of what we're anticipating, that $50 million would be available even if we didn't take $12 million this fall. You just add it to the next issue. But accelerating the issuance, moving the bonds and getting the money faster than I showed will generally reduce the amount that you're able to get. Delaying it is going to increase it a bit. Total funding could be issued or could be increased by issuing longer-term bonds instead of 20 years. To me, we only do that if we absolutely need that money. Otherwise, 20 years is a very appropriate borrowing term for what we're looking at. We've talked about the authorization. In order for us to issue bonds, we have to have a reasonable expectation. We don't have to have a concrete plan. We have to have a reasonable expectation that we're going to spend those bond proceeds within 3 years. If something happens, there's some rare bug found on the property and we've got to slow things down, that's okay. We just have to have the expectation that we're going to spend that money within 3 years. And then also, and I'll talk about this here on the next slide, the district's 2012 bonds can be paid off or refunded June 1 of 2022. And right now there will be $1.6 million outstanding in 2022. The interest rate is about 3%. If rates stay constant, we'd be able to refinance those bonds at somewhere in the 1 to 1.5% range. I think if we did it today, it'd probably be 1%. The problem is that with only 1.6 million, there's just not a lot of savings. And so one thing that we could consider doing is taking $1.6 million out of that debt service fund, and instead of using it for capital projects, we use it to pay off those bonds. The money that we would have used to pay off those bonds could then be applied to new bonds that we would be able to do, or they could be used for just cash transfers to the capital projects fund. But essentially right now, I am guessing, AG, you're not investing at 3% or even 0.3% perhaps. And so we would be able to save interest on that. But that isn't something we need to worry about now. It's just something I wanted to make you aware of. And that's something that we'd probably talk about as you're doing your budget for next year. If you wanted to move forward, we have the authority to issue bonds. We can go forward fairly quickly. We would need to prepare all the bond documents. The soonest we could do a bond resolution would be July 27th. Obviously, we could do it any time after that as well. But once we've got that bond resolution, we need to get our rating. We sell the bonds, lock in the interest rate. A couple of weeks later, we close, and we have the money, interest rates locked for whatever the term of the bonds are, and you guys are ready to go on your projects. And so with that, I'll let AJ answer all the questions.
Questions from the board? While you're thinking of your questions, AJ, maybe just for the benefit of the public, not to mention for me, but if I'm sitting in the audience and I'm hearing this for the first time, I'm thinking, what's the district complaining about money for? We can get $50 million. Let's solve all our problems. Right? But maybe explain to us why it doesn't quite work that way.
That's an excellent question. So the bond proceeds can only be used for capital type items. So we're looking at spending on buildings, new buildings, land, renovations, other types of major maintenance projects. It can be bundled smaller projects, but it's not anything that we can use to otherwise pay for teachers or additional staff or things like that.
And the property tax revenues have those same restrictions.
Oh, and property tax revenues can't be used in that same way either.
We couldn't
So-
hear you.
Okay. Where, did you hear anything from the, okay. Sorry, okay, sorry. So the bond proceeds are issued for capital projects. So capital projects being anything related to purchasing land, improving land, new construction, improving buildings. You can't use it to pay for staff. We can't use it to pay for myself. It's not, that's not how bond proceeds can be utilized.
And then just what I wanted him to add to that is that the property tax revenues from the school district's debt rate that repay those bonds have those exact same restrictions. They can only be used to repay bonds or be used to pay for capital projects. There is no ability to transfer that money into any sort of operating fund.
No, thank you, because I know, that's always, seems like why not? It's your money, but it's amazing how our money is sectioned in a way that certain pods are for only certain things. So thanks for clearing that up. Okay, Stacy.
Yeah, just, so the amount that you have for that first year that we're looking at bonding, that's gonna cover the increases at Eagle Valley? Is there anything else that's gonna help?
Thank you, Trustee Wilkie. Yeah, and to remember, this is not for action tonight, so this is just
Right, I know.
informational. So yes, the amount we need to cover the balance of the Eagle Valley project is looking to be around $7 million. That would be a safe number. So the additional funds, if we would decide to bond for the entire 12, those additional funds, the board has been discussing potentially purchasing the Snyder property. That would be an option. And there are plenty of other projects, major maintenance projects around the district that we could do, working on roofing, asphalt, envelope, doors. There's a lot of
Always is.
potential. But important too is that, as Mr. Johnson pointed out, in the very near term, and I have to say when Marty went over the numbers with me, I honestly was surprised with the capacity that we seem to have built here just in a couple years. So in the near term, there's other opportunities to come for more bonding if necessary.
Yeah, that surprised me too, because it seems like 5 years ago, we were almost tapped out. So to see that we're can bond for 50 million is real impressive. I think we've done a good job with the refinancings that have helped and certain things there. Still not enough money though, right? If we held all that 50 million to build a new school.
So the new high schools in Washoe are well over $200 million apiece. And we are nowhere near the bonding capacity to pull off something like that. I actually have not heard of final numbers recently, and I don't know if Mr. Johnson might know, but the middle schools, the last I heard were, they had started, I think in the 40 to 50 range, and they ended up in the 70 to $80 million range. And I think the elementary schools were pushing 35 to $40 million. So it's kind of well without or outside of our reach at this point.
Yeah, one of the current middle schools that's under construction in Washoe is right around, it's going to wind up being about $78 million by the time you're done.
Yeah. Well, and then just to take this opportunity, Marty, thank you for all you've done for our district. We appreciate you coming up here and answering our questions, and you're always available for questions outside of this. I'm still mad at Moody, so.
As am I.
I have never heard Marty so angry as on that call with Moody's.
Out of curiosity, what would it take for us to improve that rating? What's that next tier?
Have Moody's have a change of heart. Honestly, with the new school funding formula, the way that works, and with the Moody's methodology, I don't think a school district in Nevada is going to see an upgrade for a very long time, unfortunately.
Okay. If that changes, Laurel will make some good cookies. So she'd probably be willing to send them some cookies.
We will get the upgrade first, then send the cookies.
I like your thinking.
One last thing, President Cassiopo, sorry to add. So either at the last meeting in July or the first meeting in August, we're likely to bring this bond resolution. We need to discuss it a little bit more, but just kind of as an awareness for all of you. And then with closing, we'd have the proceeds in September, October timeframe. So well within time to make sure we keep current with our Eagle Valley project and all the projects.
Okay.
One more question.
Yeah, Stacy.
Just for verification, because of SB 450, we don't have to take any of these amounts to the voters? They're on the rollovers?
No, essentially what the legislature did, so if you remember in 2015, they extended the terms of the rollover by 10 years. Then in SB 450, they basically extended, and it's convoluted language, but basically they extended the rollover until 2035 for everybody. So no, we do not have to worry about going back to the voters for a number of years. Hopefully I'll be retired by then.
Thanks. Joyce, sorry, because it's discussion only, we're not taking public comment on it. But if you have any questions, send them. You can ask me, and I will in turn ask them. Any other comments from the board? If not, thank you very much. Thanks, Marty, for coming up. Okay, item 10, presentation and possible action to approve the renewal of property casualty insurance package with Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool in an amount not to exceed $752,526.28, self-insurance bond in an amount not to exceed $6,500, and excess workers' compensation policy with Star Insurance Company in the amount of $48,018 for July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. This is an item for possible action, and we have Ann Sear, Andrew Fueling, Ryan Garavente, and a fourth person showed up, so I apologize.
Alan called from the insurance pool is also here with us.
Thanks, Alan. And while you guys are talking, I apologize, but I have to hit the restroom real quick. But please continue, and I'll hurry.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, good. For the record, Ann Sear. I have Alan Kalt from the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool here this evening, as well as Ryan Garaventa from Alpine Insurance. And I'll be turning it over to them for a presentation on the renewal. I just want to say that the materials that are located in your board packets, if you look at the summary from the insurance pool, there is a page that talks about a market summary. And the information contained in that market summary pretty much trends right along with the information that AJ and I shared with you all a few months ago when we talked about the market conditions and what what that would look like going out to market this year on our property casualty program. So I would say that there was a really strong effort made. Alpine Insurance approached over 36 markets on behalf of the school district, and we learned some good things in that process. I think if we were able to pull out pieces of the insurance pools program and competitively price lines of coverage, such as liability, property, cyber liability, student accident, but that's not the way the insurance pool provides the coverage. They provide a package policy, and it's kind of an all or nothing type of purchase. So we did learn where we had some competitive numbers and learned from some markets that would be interested in talking with us in the future. But I would just say to you that, at this time, the commercial insurance market, it's a lot like the housing market, where people are writing letters to homeowners begging them to sell their homes to them. That's kind of what it's like when you're out as a school district or any public entity right now looking for competitive options. Nearly all public entities renew on July 1. So you have, just hundreds of thousands of accounts that are approaching underwriters, and they're making decisions about whether they're going to work really hard on an existing account or whether they're going to talk to a school district that they've not been familiar with. So I think there might be some conversations that we'll continue on with next year. But for the time being, the staff recommendation is to continue on with the insurance pool. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ryan.
Good morning, or good evening, everybody. Good to see you again this year. Thanks for having us. Ryan Garaventa from Alpine Insurance, and potentially future lifeguard at one of the pools this summer. That sounded fantastic. I would echo almost everything that Ann said. You asked us last year at the end of our presentation, what else? What else is out there? Oh, sorry. Let me scoot up. Okay, perfect. The sentiment was, what else? What else is out there? What are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you looking? And so we, collectively heard you loud and clear. And so we went to the marketplace. We didn't leave many stones unturned. And again, I'd be remiss if I left out that the pool product is a very good product. It's very comprehensive. They work very hard. They put in a ton of work, and they put something together that it is a very good product. But like most products that we're seeing now, costs are increasing, and you're seeing that for a variety of reasons. Reinsurance worldwide, wildfire concerns in the western states on property. It's just a time that insurance, auto in Nevada is becoming tough. So we are all in a spot that insurance costs are going up. And so, back to what you asked last year, we went to the marketplace. We talked to 36 or more markets. Like Ann said, we had some competitive pricing in some individual lines, but again, that's just not how it works. We don't separate those out from the pool. They've put a comprehensive package together, and that's what we have. For instance, we had a property quote that was our only property quote, and it was more expensive than the total product that you're buying from the pool, which is property liability, educators' legal liability, auto, student accident, cyber, the list kind of goes on. And so it makes sense at this point to keep the deductible where it is and renew with the pool. I will say, to Ann's kind of final point, and I also have two last parts to talk about after this. We did make an interesting connection towards the end of the period of time that we had. We had some interesting conversations with an aggressive market that wants to use the next 11 months to put something in front of you that we hope will be competitive. At present, we don't know what that looks like. We don't know what the coverage looks like. We don't know what the forms look like. To be honest, we don't know what the people look like. We've been conference called more in the last month than I've had conference calls in the last 5 years. They were not at a place to put numbers together. But again, my commitment to you is you ask, we will do our best to deliver, and we will spend the next 11 months to see, again, if there is anything else out there for you. So with that, I'm in agreement with Ann and AJ that the renewal with the pool is your best option at the deductible limit that you bought last year. And I think that kind of sums that up. We do have the two other policies that we work on to talk about. I don't know if you want to jump right into that, or if you want to take a pause for a second. I'll follow your lead.
I think you can go ahead and continue.
Okay, perfect. So the other two parts of the coverages that we do, you have a reinsurance policy for your self-insured work comp program, and we have a bond that needs to be filed with the state. The idea with a self-insured work comp program is all the money that you're saving from a standard work comp policy, which at this point, I couldn't even tell you how many hundreds of thousands of dollars you are ahead. The idea is those monies not spent are funded or put in place so that we can increase things like the self-insured retention. My recommendation this year, and this is working closely with AJ and Ann, is to increase that retention from $400,000 to $500,000. The rates are lower this year. It's about a 16-cent rate to a 13-cent rate. The price is up because the payroll is up, but the rate is down. And so, you have put yourself in a position that we can take a bigger bite on a retention to create some savings. And it's, about a $12,000 savings from, the retention last year to the retention this year. So I'm pleased with that. That policy is marketed aggressively every year by Loveland and Smart. They're out of Roseville. They've done a great job for us for a number of years. I'm pleased with that number. And then the last thing is the bond that we have to file, your self-insurance bond. The amount is the same as expiring from last year. So I'm pleased with that number as well. If there's anything that you would like to ask of me, I'd be happy. And we also have representation from the pool as well.
Do we have an increase from last year?
In what line?
Well, bottom line. What's the increase in
Well,
premium coverage or whatever?
Well, the increase, the increase that we have on the pool program is about $100,000 from last year. Yep, you are reading that right.
Any other question? Richard, you look like you're going to say something.
Yeah. When you went out to the marketplace, I know there's some districts, school districts that are self-insured or they have other coverage. Did you go to those districts to find out what kind of insurance coverage they have and how much they're paying if they're not in the pool?
So 17 school districts in the state of Nevada. 2 of them are self-insured, and those are the 2 largest school districts in the state because financially they're in a position to be self-insured. One of the markets that we approached is the property market for Washoe County School District. They saw a 40% increase on their property this year. So those markets that work with those 2 large self-insured school districts were approached, but they're seeing similar, if not even higher increases than we saw this year.
What about any of the smaller districts?
All of the smaller districts are in the pool, all 15 of them.
Do we have Pool Pack tell us about their stuff?
If I may, for the record, Alan Kalt, I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Pool Pact, and like Marty, been in this gig for a long time. I was the Churchill County finance guy, comptroller for 26 years, came over to Pool Pact. Every year, we go out to bid at Pool Pact, okay, in the marketplace, and United Educators had a significant increase in their rate. What they did is they raised the attachment point, they lowered the overall aggregate, and we ended up using the financial resources of our captive to fill in those differences. Okay, they eliminated cyber coverage for all school districts. So what we did is we had a cyber contract with County Reinsurance Limited, okay, that covered our munis, like cities, counties, and general improvement districts. We were able to convince them to bring in the school districts into the family to provide that cyber coverage. The reason why they were able to do that is that we have an excellent cyber program with passive network assessments, KnowBe4, and these services that we provide to assist our members in cybersecurity, fighting cybercrime, so that we don't have ransom type events. So we were able to take the power of the pool, the advantage of the pool, and the diverse membership to benefit, in this case, provide cyber coverage within that. We go out to bid. You guys own us, Ann. I appreciate Ann serves on our executive committee. The other school representatives are Dan Murphy from Pershing County School District and Paul Johnson, the CFO for White Pine County School District. Douglas County went out to bid. Douglas County Schools went out to bid, and they had the same results, that the pool was more economical in total cost, not even factoring in the cost of the services that are provided. So you ask the question, well, gosh, why do we provide the services? Well, we provide the services, going back to, talk about the FFA and the ag program. When I was a kid, 4-H, the motto was make the best better. And that's kind of the whole concept, is working with the districts and their employees, providing those levels of service to help raise and make the best programs that you have here at Carson City School District even better. So that's why we have those. One of the other common questions that, as I go around doing renewals, because it kind of stinks, what United Educators did, that in effect was a 100% rate increase. Not good. Is, well, what about our claims? And I was driving back from one of the Southern Nevada districts, and I was driving back, and they said, our claims, looking at our claims loss. And I thought, well, how do you answer that question? And I thought to myself personally, I've had auto insurance ever since I've been able to drive, homeowners insurance ever since I was a homeowner, and life insurance once I got married, okay? Other than my little whoopsie in high school that I've asked forgiveness from my parents, I finally granted it, that was the only claim I ever had. Praise God, my house has never burned down. I've never had a homeowner's claim, and I don't know if my wife thinks it's good or bad that I haven't had a life insurance claim against me. So sometimes, claims happen. We have insurance for that. You have over $300 million of insured values of property, $304 million. And you're in an earthquake zone with $150 million of coverage. God forbid something were to happen, but that's why we have the insurance. And we can't control the interest rate markets. We can't control the other environments. So we're doing the best that we can to bring, to keep our cost in line and try to minimize that. One of the things that Ann has asked about, and I've met with AJ and Paul Johnson, White Pine, and others, is looking at how can we develop potentially a rate mitigation strategy going forward? Because that's one of the advantages of the pool, is the goal is to keep the rates within a relevant range. And this last year, because of SAM cases and what United Educators and the cyber and those changes, the overall rate was huge. It was double digits. It was like 14%. The previous 2 years, the increase was relative to the property marketplace. And Ann just spoke. Washington County School District got a 40% rate increase indication from their carrier. So our 6.2% increase in property was pretty good because of our loss ratio, and the hard work that we do, keeping those costs. So I apologize for going so long, but I just wanted to kind of get those comments out there. It's your pool. You own us. we appreciate your membership, and, we're here to help serve and meet the needs of the folks here in Carson City School District.
Mike?
When I think about insurance, it's one of those things that none of us like to pay, but if anything happens, we're certainly thankful that we have it. And so I just want to say, last year we asked you guys some really tough questions. We asked you to really help us do some research, and since then you've come back and given us a lot of information or education on the insurance industry. And then also you've also put tremendous efforts into helping us find a reduction. And so thank you for doing that extra work. I know that it took a lot of time, so we thank you for that. And then I think that one of the things that also, when you think about the pool pack, is, I went to one of Alan's classes and learned about financial literacy here a few years ago. And I mean, there is also that benefit that we have that professional development available for our staff members on a range of issues. And so I think that we're seeing that there's a lot of liabilities right now, especially when you talk about cyber, ransomware or whatever. I work in Lyon County and we got hit by that 2 years ago, and it was a nightmare. And I don't think until a school district or a government, or as we've seen recently, major company is hit with something like that, we don't realize exactly how devastating that would be for our district. So thank you for making sure that that's coverage is included.
Thank you, sir.
John, did you have anything?
Just for the heck of it, if Clark and Washoe would return to the pool, would it save us money?
You know what's interesting? Washoe County is considering, Washoe County Schools, in Washoe County itself, and the question then becomes, are they, historically they're big, they're huge. So then the question is how can we creatively develop a program that works for them, that also benefits the medium and and the other 15 school districts, and create that synergy where we become one Nevada, where there's a win-win scenario. And our property coverage, is pretty phenomenal. And we don't, I think the challenge that we have in place on the marketplace, when you take Washoe County, I mentioned that you had $304 million of assessed value, of total insured values. Theirs is probably, I don't know what the number is, but it could be in the billions. So they would need higher limits. But if we could somehow maybe create a separate program from them that is able to provide and meet their needs at the same time, creating that partnership to help the other school districts, that's a win-win. And we actually are working on that, sir.
Thank you. I mean, in a sense, it's really a state issue. All the money is coming from the state. And if the two come back to the pool pack, and if it saves the state money, then it's a good thing. I just don't know the finances of it, or the economics of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question on the insurance property coverage, because I'm reading in the state of the market that securing coverage for wildfire is becoming more difficult. Then I'm looking through, we've got arson, we've got earthquake, flood. Just to confirm, our property coverage does include wildfire loss? Okay, thanks.
Good. Just curious, you may not know this, Ann, or you guys, but what was our claims last year? And how much did we pay out in claims?
Right off the top of my head, I couldn't answer that question, but it was a favorable experience in claims last year. Very minimal.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges looking at claims is looking at over a period of time, because every once in a while you may have a large claim that could hit the district. You may have let's say a $2 million claim, and then have a couple of years of $50,000 or $10,000 worth of claims. And how does that play out over a longer period of time, and how does the reinsurance market look at those and smooth out? And one of the benefits of the pool is that hopefully we don't have multiple entities that have those shock losses, those severity claims. But we know they're going to happen. Earthquake happens. Those type of things can happen and have an impact.
And we'll actually, Ann put together a presentation that showed us exactly how we went and how we had a one whoopsie year. And so we did benefit this year from the education that we understand that a little bit more. And we are very thankful for POPAC because there's more than just our premiums. There's a lot of training. You support our school board association. Wayne is at everything we ever do at that level. And so I'm thankful that we get to stay with the PAC, to be honest. I think you have a lot of added value that is not seen. And for your effort to call 36 plus, thank you. I mean, that's a lot. And for you to take what we said and to go above and beyond, we really do appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. Happy to do it, and always happy to, bring back some results or some explanation. So happy to do it, always.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what everybody else said. We do appreciate your relationship we have with Pool Pack. Money is always an issue. I mean, now more than ever, it seems like we're talking about budgeting for the next 5 years, and it's grim. And so when we see insurance rates going up, when our available money is going down, it's a difficult pill to swallow. And if it keeps going up, we really have to start asking those difficult questions and start looking around. And it's something we really don't want to do. But I'm hopeful that, over these next 11 months, we can find a solution that works, that works good for us. I mean, I think you guys offer a great service, but it's like everybody else. At some point, you got to say, look, we got to start balancing this, and what can we slash, that or reduce, or those kinds of things. So, these 11 months will be educational for me, but I'm hoping we can come back to the table with, something that's going to be favorable for us and help us get through these next few years, 1 year at a time.
As a former finance director, I appreciate your comments. Definitely a challenge, sir.
Okay, this is an action item, if we're ready to make a motion.
President Casiopo, I'll move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve as submitted the proposed renewal of property casualty insurance package with Nevada Public Assistance Insurance Pool in an amount not to exceed $752,526.28, self-insurance bond in the amount not to exceed $6,500, and excess workers' compensation policy with Star Insurance Company in the amount of $48,018 for July 1, 2021 through July 30, 2022.
A second.
And I think you meant June 30, I mean.
I probably did. Yes, I do.
I'll second that.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? I know it's an exciting one. Yes. Just have to come up, unfortunately, and state your name for the record.
This is Pepsi Strasburg. I assume we're talking about a captive insurance, and the pool is all the school districts and no other industries? No? Are there other industries in there?
This is actually the Nevada Public Entity Pool, so we have general improvement districts and cities and counties and school districts all included.
It's all public.
So the risk profile of these entities in the pool are approximately the same?
Well, they are all rural, Betsy, but the risk profile of a county with a law enforcement department might be a little different from the risk profile of a school district, but the rates that are developed and charged to those individual entities are in line with their risk profiles. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, everybody.
Okay, we're going to move back to item 7, and I thank everybody for their patience. I think everybody's been here now for a few meetings and understand the protocol we have for public comment. Basically, we ask that you come up, state your name for the record. We limit public comment to 3 minutes per person. We ask that you don't just repeat what was presented before. And Everything else is written in our agenda. So with that, Ryan was going to just add to this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on news we're seeing, not only in Northern Nevada, but throughout the state and really the country, I thought it would be a good time to remind the board and maybe notify the public about the restrictions that have been put on public comment. As you all may know, any restrictions on public comment have to be viewpoint neutral and reasonable. So for example, you just noted that we limit public comment to 3 minutes, and we ask that speakers not simply repeat the comments that were made prior. That last portion is taken directly from the Nevada Open Meeting Law Manual published by the Attorney General. And it provides in pertinent part that the public body, or in this case you guys, may prohibit public comment if the content of the comments is a topic that is not relevant to or within the authority of the public body, or if the content of the comments is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. And so given what's been going on, again, not only here, but throughout the state, I thought it would be a good opportunity to remind all involved of that prohibition from the manual.
I appreciate that. We want to hear comment from everybody, and I know sometimes we might disagree, or it might seem like we're disagreeing, but I look forward to everybody's comment. It doesn't have to agree with mine. I think a lot of times you might be surprised what mine might be, but we all have a right to our thoughts and comments, and this is your chance to provide your thoughts. So with that, why don't we open up public comment? And I'll start with the list. And then, of course, if you didn't fill this out, you still can come up, but I'm just going to read from the list first. So, Joy, you're on. There you are. You're on top. Joy Trzynski.
Good evening again. My name is Joy Trzynski. I believe in education, not indoctrination. Currently, our children are being indoctrinated in the Nevada school system. They are being taught socialism, anti-nationalism, anti-capitalism, and anti-American views. In our schools, there is no debate, no alternative views, just the pushing of group think. Critical race theory and the 1619 Project, which teaches whites are racist and the United States was founded on racism and slavery, is a part of this indoctrination. To divide, weaken, and destroy our republic. Critical race theory is based on a lie. The truth is our nation was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. In God we trust, and that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights supporting individual liberty. Yes, racism exists. Every race on earth has racists. But we can stop the hate and division by giving our children a good education. Education, after all, is the great equalizer. We must teach our children respect for others and denounce racism in all its ugly forms. Also, our children should be taught about our government, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and a fair and balanced fact-based history of our great nation. Compare our form of government with communist and socialist governments, which deprive their citizens of freedom. We must get back to basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. We must get back to traditional teaching methods and curriculum. The truth is that the Nevada education system is failing our children. In the 2019 school year, Carson City District average proficiency rate for math was only 33%. For reading, the proficiency average was 44%. For the 2020 school year, math average proficiency was only 32%, with 53% in reading. Any way you slice it, these are pathetic numbers. Currently, the Nevada education K through 12 ranks 49th in the nation. We should all be ashamed for allowing this poor education of our children to continue. Year after year, our educators say they are working hard to improve education, but you cannot improve
Thanks, Joy.
an
3 minutes.
inherently flawed system. I say to parents,
Joy, 3 minutes is
take
up.
a stand, join us, and demand higher educational
Joy, your
standards.
3 minutes are up. I would
Return
ask
to
you that
traditional
you
teaching
submit
methods
the rest of your comments to the
and
school district,
curriculum,
and we'll
and
get them
no
entered
more
into the record.
indoctrination. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Marie King. Okay. Is she, sorry, yeah, okay.
So my name is Barb Mathers, for the record. Also for the record, it is freaking hot in here and I don't feel too hot, so I'm hoping I can actually say what I wanted to say because I feel like garbage. But anyway, we discussed in the plan that masks are not going to be worn, which is awesome. It's really stupid they're going to be on the bus because that doesn't make any sense. The kids are going to touch their masks and then get all the stuff on their hands and go to the classroom. It also said on the plan things could change, so I'm still going to share my comments because I don't want masks to be in the classroom ever again, period. The last school board meeting, I asked Superintendent Stokes if masks will be enforced in the 2022 school year. And part of his answer was that families have the right, if they want to wear masks, as do staff have the right to wear masks. You said they have the right to wear masks. What about the rights of the kids who don't want to wear masks? What about the rights of the parents who don't want their children to wear masks? Where are my rights? I don't want my son to wear a mask. I don't have a mask on my face right now, but I can feel that my heart rate has increased and I'm not getting enough oxygen. That's why I've been fanning myself the whole meeting. The mask basically works the same way. My 9-year-old son has a lot of the same health conditions that I have. I know that if he were to wear a mask in the classroom and he's going to ride the bus if he goes to school again, he won't be able to concentrate in his class. He's going to be incredibly uncomfortable and he's not going to be able to learn because he's going to have a really hard time concentrating because he's going to have a hard time breathing. And I don't want him to be in a mask, period. There are supposed to be exemptions from the mask. That's what Sisolak said. People who have asthma, people who have been sexually assaulted, people who have hearing impairments. You can't talk to someone in a mask. I don't have hearing impairments, but I can't hear people. When we were in the grocery store and everybody was having to wear them, I had to ask people to take their masks down because I couldn't understand what they're saying. Going to the bank in a mask, I don't even need to discuss how many things could go wrong with that. Masks are wrong. Children should not be muzzled. They shouldn't have their faces covered. The emotional problems that have come from this far outweigh the good that masks do. The emotional damage, the psychological damage. We've already discussed the fear level. I mean, I've heard so many stories of children being terrified to forget their mask because their parent or their teachers yell at them for not having a mask on. And then they go home and they wear their mask at home. And their parents are asking, why are you wearing a mask? Well, I don't want to forget it when I go to school. The teacher's going to get mad at me. This is not something our children should be dealing with at all. Masks are political. They're divisive. There's literally not, especially for children, there's not a help to them for children to be wearing masks. One, because the possibility of getting COVID is very slim for children. Dying from it is even slimmer. I mean, they just don't spread it. This is not something that children should be dealing with, and the majority of people who get COVID and die from it have underlying conditions. So regular old healthy Joe shouldn't be wearing a mask. If you want to wear one, that's totally fine. People have the choice. We have the right to wear masks, apparently, but we should also have the right not to wear them. It shouldn't be forced. The inconsistency of how all of the COVID stuff, I don't know what you want to call it, is being handled is literally crazy. It's obviously county to county, but I looked at the paper the weekend of graduation, and front page of the Nevada Appeal, Pioneer High students are covered in masks. Same weekend, I couldn't get the paper because my parents threw it away before I could get it. Front cover of the Record Courier is a whole lot of kids at Douglas High celebrating graduation, no social distancing, no masks. Same state, obviously different county rules. These guys are masked. These guys are not. Did we have a safe grad for Carson High School? We sure didn't. They didn't get to celebrate graduation. Douglas High got to have a really big celebration. But did Carson High School have prom this year? No. They did, actually. They had prom. So who's deciding what's safe and what's not safe? You can have prom and dance right next to each other, but you can't have safe grad? I mean, it's the same number of kids potentially that would be at prom versus safe grad, right? So that doesn't make any sense. And obviously, it is based on county rules. I have cousins in Fallon who had kids in school, didn't close their schools, didn't enforce masks, nothing was shut down. As we've discussed also, there are states that literally never closed. Businesses did not close, churches did not close their doors, and in Nevada, churches closed their doors. Small businesses were literally annihilated. I flip furniture, as I've discussed before. My sales are down 90%. I've had to sell all kinds of other crazy things in order to make ends meet. I have 3 more minutes. That wasn't 6 minutes, right?
6 minutes.
That was 6 minutes.
Okay, well, the main thing is just don't do masks ever again in the future.
Okay, next we have Richard Nagel and Betsy Strasburg.
For the record, Betsy Strasburg, and this is Richard Nagel, who is donating his time to me. I received a reply to my email to Director Macy. She said that she starts her position on July 1. She correctly identified that I'm looking for transparency from the school district and specifically from Mrs. Macy on plans to refresh the strategic plan around the topic of equity. I'm also seeking transparency around professional development that build on the concept of equity. I asked her what is the timeline or project plan for the development of the equity policy? When can the public see the work in progress and the completion date? My questions were to determine what we can expect between now and the September 22nd strategic plan meeting. Just a little background. My mother was a kindergarten principal. My late husband was a professor emeritus from Cal State Hayward. I taught in the MBA program at Cal State Hayward. I believe in public education. I've seen education as an equalizer, as my late husband came from a very poor white family. He was so poor that sometimes he pretended to be an orphan just to get that extra cookie. Education must produce career-ready citizens, not create entitlement or hate among peers in current and future generations. We need teachers to set a rigorous curriculum and a high bar of student expectations. It's the parents who need to teach cultural and social values. We celebrated valedictorians in the high school a couple of weeks ago. If we didn't have competition, we wouldn't have valedictorians. If we separate students based on race with no competition among students, we will race to the bottom of even lower current ranking. With 11,198 revenue per student in the school district, it is $800 lower than the tuition at Bishop Manogue. We can do better. Our school district website showed 47% white, 44% Hispanic in the last academic year. The gap was getting closer. 59% came from low-income family. So why is equity even an issue when the two biggest student demographics are almost equal? I know, as Superintendent Stokes said, that students who need extra help will get that help, so I'm very confident of that. Nationwide, the tension between parents and school boards are due to distraction, disengagement, and distrust. To me, mandated masks, mandated vaccines, and even equity are a distraction to the core duty of the school district. The community is engaging, as you can see behind me, and we can build the trust by sharing information. The school board can help by creating a vision and a purpose on the strategic plan that extends beyond one single tribe, a single demographic, or a specific economic level. We need a strategic plan that will promote a sense of abundance and a sense of individual freedom among our students. And that is why I'm seeking transparency and cooperation in the work that will be completed by this school board, by the school district, and particularly Mrs. Macy during the next 3 months until we meet again. I hope to hear from her soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Betsy. Let's see. Lee Elliott? Oh, did he? Okay. Okay. Robert Harris? I'll go last. That's all I have. Everybody else now is just whoever wants to come up.
Okay. My beautiful daughter, Madison Harris, said that I can have her 3 minutes, so. And I got 9 more minutes outside playing on the playground if I need it. Robert Harris, I understand you have obligations to comply with AB 262, passed in the legislature, but I would ask for you all to understand that you are the ones that can say no to discrimination. You do not need a lawyer whispering in your ear during the board meetings if you are all doing the right thing. If you believe in God, then you know all children are created equal. If you are an American, then you believe that all children are created equal, not equitable. I understand our real fight is with the State Board of Education, and believe me, they will be sued for obligating unconstitutional curriculum in our schools, probably by me. You are the first line of defense for our children and the decision makers for curriculum, hence my direct communication with the board and apparently the trustees, which I found online. The intent of my communication over these meetings is to ensure you understand that what you are doing will have consequences. Some of these consequences will be to our children's psyche, and that is unfortunate. So my plan is to ensure you also understand that your lawyer who attends these meetings will probably be defending you for possible civil penalties along with criminal penalties on a personal level due to allowing discrimination and abuse against our children. You are all culpable of discrimination personally if you allow equity into the curriculum after I have advised you of the illegitimate mandate set before you by the state and federal governments. As you may know, multiple lawsuits are already in court over equity discrimination at the federal level. I am challenging you all to take a pledge for the Constitution tonight if you believe America is not a racist country and you love all races and ethnic groups who comprise America. This is what makes us the best country in the world. So I think I know the answer to this, but Mr. Stokes, do you have an equity statement for the community yet?
I do not, Mr. Harris.
Okay.
you probably can't answer this either. What specific date will the district have an equity statement?
We were hoping to work towards that for our community in our community PLC that will result in a refreshing of our strategic plan.
What date? Do you have a date? Before what date?
The date of our strategic plan
September 22nd.
actually ends with the calendar year 2022. So there's some time yet for that to actually occur. So we're not in a place where a strategic plan has been refreshed or an equity plan or statement has been developed.
So how can you have an equity and curriculum manager if you're not going to have an equity statement? I guess that's because we're all up in arms. And what you said earlier, I'm going off cuff, so time out. But I need.
Well, there's no
I know,
timeouts. This is
I know.
part
We
of
need
it.
to know before, you know what I mean? Because we're up in arms. Your earlier quote of heritage was great. I need to move on. I guess I'll follow up. A word of advice: when you finally present your equity statement, please do not use the phrase underserved. I've heard it twice so far. Unless you clearly define what underserved is, because according to the national numbers available on greatschools.org, every child in Carson City is underserved. People like to blame Vegas for all the overall state rating of low 40s nationally since the beginning of time, but with most of Carson City's schools scoring a 4 or 5 out of 10, I'm not sure that this is a viable excuse anymore. Let me be clear. You can say out loud that you will not teach critical race theory, and of course that's what the paper will print. It's just simply not true. Equity is part of CRT, even in educational circles. Equity is under the DEI tentacle of CRT. I have noticed the sly, devious tactic of treating parents and the community at large like mushrooms. Not sure what I'm talking about? When you keep parents in the dark and stuff comes out of the newspaper quotes the next day, it's almost like you were agreeing that we are not smart enough to understand what you were trying to do. The Wikipedia definition of equity is able to be edited, so why would anybody use it? It's kind of insulting to my intelligence. I liked your earlier one. And a little concerning that this is a reference source. Greatschools.org has a perfectly clear definition of equity. Why doesn't the district? I cannot say it any clearer than this. Equity is discrimination. Equity is you judging a book by its cover. Equity means only some kids matter. Lupe is onto something when she mentioned declining pupil numbers when discussing the purchase of a building last meeting. As a parent of children in your schools, I'm considering pulling my children out of your indoctrination camp because why would my high schooler be playing a board game called Secret Hitler in which the liberals are against the fascists after she finished a test during school hours? This is misleading and is indoctrination. Allied forces are not called the liberals. As I mentioned in May when I reached out to you via email, Mr. Stokes, regarding this issue, my grandfather was in World War II, and he was not a liberal. He was a freedom fighter. Allowing teachers to expose students to a perversion of the truth is a violation of your bylaws, but you never followed up with me regarding this issue. I guess you show how concerned you truly are when called upon to act on information given to you. What about my fifth grader being told no whites are allowed on the playground by a child during recess? Is this acceptable? When this first happened in May, I assumed it was bad parenting, but now I wonder how much the school played a role in the influence of that child. What's next for our children? I think it's sad our local media doesn't accurately portray this issue. It seems like they are part of the ignorance problem on this issue. I have all summer to inform all 36,000 registered voters in Carson of what your plans are for the future of our children. I am confident the public, once educated about your intentions and the real
6
meaning
minutes, Mr.
of
President.
the equality, will not allow Carson
Thanks,
to
Robert.
become Portland 2.0. Stop being tone deaf
Thank you,
and look
Robert.
across the nation. If you think equity
Robert,
is a
thank you.
good
Your
thing,
6 minutes are
then
up.
you are probably
Mr.
not going to win in
President, if people will
2022.
refuse to honor the time limits that are imposed, you're certainly willing to call a recess until
I
they're willing
submit
to
my
comply.
comments into public record of this meeting by handing my write-up
Thank you
to the
again, Robert.
secretary.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional public comment? Sure. Just come up and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Susan Rue, spelled R-U-C-H. I'm going to address everyone regarding critical race. I know you're probably all sick of hearing about it, but as Carson City people, we don't want it. We do not. I spent a lot of time talking to people during the 2020 election, and I know a lot of people did not want to have Common Core in the schools. And now I can tell you what, parents do not want critical race theory entered into the school system. Critical race theory is nothing to do with education. It is pure Marxism. It's a classic communist theory of conquer and divide. Critical race theory is the gravest offender of sowing hatred in our children, teaching them to hate instead of goodwill. Critical race theory is tearing our country apart. As a school board, you should know you should not want this to be taking place in our school. Get back to what we need, a core curriculum teaching English, science, math, not this Marxist socialist agenda, which our legislature is pushing, the multiculturalism, teaching our children to love our country, patriotism, not leftist agenda. In 1963, that's a long time ago for many of us, there was a congressional hearing in the House of Representatives with the Honorable Herlong Jr. of Florida, who reported on the current communist goals coming from the book, The Naked Communist. Probably some of you weren't even born then. Now remember, this was in 1963. There are 45 bullet points in this report on how they're going to take America without shooting one bullet. I have two of the bullet points here. Number 17, get control of the schools. Use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of the teachers' boards. Put our party line in the textbooks. Oh, this is just, do you see it? Do you actually see this? This is what's happening now. Number 26, present homosexuality, degeneracy, promiscuity as normal, natural behavior. This sounds like the transgenders in our bathrooms. So don't let this start occurring here in Carson City. We like our schools. We like our town. You just hired Mrs. Macy to study equity. We should have hired a teacher instead of studying equity. It's time to start educating our children. For God's sake, we're 49th in the country for education.
Thank you,
So
Susan.
please start educating our children.
Thank you. Please.
Because that guy is very intent on people don't repeat themselves or go over 6 minutes. Maxine Bradshaw is going to donate her 3 minutes to me, so I will be sure to be within the
she?
6 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, and ditto on Little River Band. And thank you for the definitions for equity out of Heritage and Wikipedia. But I'm really confused because all the years that I've lived here, I didn't know that we didn't have equity in the schools. I thought all our kids were treated with equity, especially with my knowledge and training and experience at the Department of Education. I wasn't aware that our kids were not being treated fairly or given adequate time to learn this products that they needed to. Okay, I'm getting a little nervous, but the product or what I wanted to talk about is homeschooling. The way this last year has gone, and I'm very, very concerned about the subjects that are going to be taught this next year. I'm thinking homeschooling might be a good option for students. There's roughly 2.3 million children who learn at home in the United States. The pros and cons of homeschooling versus public must be taken from an individual perspective. What matters most is that each kiddo is safe and gets to maximize their potential. As I have limited time, I won't go into the cons. Parents can look into that themselves. But as far as the pros, education is a journey. A homeschooling advantage is families enjoy the freedom to design a learning environment, strategy, and lifestyle that fits each child. You get to choose your own hours. When, where, and how you homeschool is entirely up to you. You are not required to follow a specific homeschool schedule or to keep a rigid routine. Compared to conventional students, homeschool graduates are more likely to have higher college GPAs, be politically tolerant, be agreeable and conscientious, have a more positive college experience, and more likely to be self-employed. 11 of 14 peer-reviewed studies on academic achievement, homeschooled students significantly outperformed conventionally schooled students. The clear majority of peer-reviewed studies show that homeschoolers often have better parent-child relationships. Homeschooling provides students with greater safety, such as not being involved in lockdown incidents, bullying, exposure to COVID and/or fear-mongering, mandated inoculations, misnomered as vaccines, toxic cleaning products, as well as many other safety concerns. I agree with Mike Pompeo. The risk to children is not from homeschooling. The risk is from radical scholars seeking to impose their values on our children. I would add to that statement, government bureaucrats. That's why I left the Department of Education. I couldn't stand the bureaucracy. Anyway, I had my 20 years in. So I really hope that parents start looking at homeschooling if they don't trust the environment in the schools and where it's going. And that's my 2 cents, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi. Hello. Okay. My name is Charlotte Stewart, and I guess I'm a little bit late because I didn't hear that masks weren't going to be required. Is it in person next year? Is that what's happening? Okay. I just wanted to say I'm really happy about that. I wanted to make you aware of a study that was done by a group of parents in Gainesville, Florida. There was only 6 of them, but they took the masks from age 6 to 11 and they sent them off to a lab. After being freshly washed and then put on their face for 5 to 8 hours during the day. After wearing these masks, they found pneumonia, tuberculosis, meningitis, keratosis, encephalitis, antibiotic-resistant meningitis, E. coli, Lyme disease, diphtheria, Legionnaire's disease, and severe infectious staphylococcus, so basically staph infection. All of the masks were contaminated except for one. And they also sent in a T-shirt, and the T-shirt came back with nothing contagious on it. So to me, that had me totally freaked out. I don't want my kid Like, my kid was so sick last year, and she wore a mask and went to school. And I don't want that happening ever again. It totally stressed me out. I was worried that I was going to have to pull her out and have her go to online or homeschool. And so I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Remember from Watchdog Days? Pictures in the strategic plan. That's not counting against my time now, is it? My name's Joe Cyphers. I was at the first PLC Zoom meeting with Superintendent Stokes. And afterward, I wrote Superintendent Stokes a letter with some of my concerns about the meeting. And I just wanted to remind Superintendent Stokes tonight that I still haven't received an answer from that letter back in February. When I was a public employee, my bosses always expected me to answer letters and inquiries of every kind. But anyway, I just want to make, I won't take much time. I don't have anything written down. But I wanted to bring up something that did happen at that first meeting. There's been a lot of developments, and I'm not familiar with what the legislature passed. I'm not familiar with the funding issues, but one thing that did occur at the first meeting was there was a breakout session on teachers. And one thing that was brought up by a number of the educators in the teacher session, I believe this man over here was in charge of it, and was they said students need to learn from teachers that look like them. And I wanted to say that I found that to be a very disturbing statement, very disturbing statement. I think students need to learn from teachers who know how to do reading, writing, arithmetic, welding, graphic arts, whatever it is that they're teaching. And how the teacher looks is irrelevant, in my opinion. So I did want to bring that up tonight. Again, I'm not familiar with all the latest developments. I've heard Superintendent Stokes' definition of equity several times now, and I still don't know what it means, but I know what I think it means and what a lot of people here think it means. And as far as the funding issues, I can understand funding's always a big problem. But I'm not willing to sell my good Catholic soul. Maybe it's not that good, but I'm not willing to sell it for federal dollars, and I'm not willing to sell my kids for federal dollars either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Good timing.
Hi, I want to say good afternoon to everyone here on the panel. My name is Chris Lashley. I spoke this before a couple of weeks ago, and this will be short and quick. The words of the Republic behind me, I agree with everything that everyone had to say. And the CRT stuff is the biggest pile of garbage I've ever come across. Pretty much you can be teaching your kids to hate themselves, hate their friends, hate the school, hate the Constitution, which leads eventually to genocide. And the mere fact that you guys are trying to push this on kids, then kids should just be going to school and learning about mathematics, arithmetic, geography, biology, and history. That's what the kids need to learn. Not to be going to school, and like you say, your daughter was told no whites allowed on the field. I've never heard anyone tell me that I wasn't allowed to go any place in this country. And I emigrated here. And I did everything the correct way. I'm the most fingerprinted and background check person ever, from the military, my citizenship, my green card, and America is the greatest place on the face of the earth to live. And I've traveled quite a bit between here, Canada, Europe, and no place beats the US. You can't be anything that you want to be here in this country, and what you guys are doing with this CRT stuff is taking away all these kids' aspirations and dreams. Kids don't need to be dealing with that stuff in school. You're trying to teach kids that their liberties, their rights, and their freedoms makes them selfish. When in actual fact, it makes them selfless. It gives them a sense of duty and a sense of honor. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'm going to close in-person public comment. Do we have any comments?
No, Mr. Cassioppo, nothing online.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We do appreciate the public comment. We're going to move on now to item 11. Discussion and possible action to approve renewal of contract for legal services with the law firm of Allison McKenzie Limited. This is for possible action, and we have Superintendent Stokes presenting.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. For as long as I've lived in Carson City, which is 20 years, the law firm of Allison McKenzie has been the independent contractor law firm that has advised the school district on all matters pertaining to our operations. And the current contract that we have for legal services is about to expire. And you have in your packets a copy of the new memorandum of understanding, which really only has a few changes to it. One, it strikes the overall term of the memorandum of understanding. Instead of being a year-to-year document, it is there is no limit or no term that is identified, but there is an opportunity for either party to terminate the MOU within 60 days of notice to the other party. I'd also like to just mention that within the document, the contract rate has no increase. And when Allison McKenzie, which typically has been represented by Mr. Ryan Russell, they charge us for 2 hours in case there's a longer than 2-hour board meeting. We still only get charged for 2 hours. So I'd like to just add that starting with Todd Russell, going to Mike Pavlakis, and now Mr. Ryan Russell, we receive outstanding legal services. We get great thought, and we have an opportunity really to talk about, discuss, interact in advice for all matters pertaining to our operations. And so it would be my suggestion and that of staff's that we renew our contract for legal services with Allison McKenzie, and certainly invite Mr. Russell to respond to any questions. And I too would do that if you have questions for me.
This is kind of a general question. My company is working for George Allison right now. We have a project going. So I think that recuses me from voting because there is a financial impact in this, isn't there?
Trustee Wilkie, thank you for the question. Mr. Allison is actually an independent contractor essentially with our firm now. He's of counsel, and so he will receive no financial benefit from this contract. That being said, the decision following the disclosure is absolutely up to you.
Thank you for that clarification. I think with with the way that everything's been going, we can't thank you enough for not raising your rates. I can't believe you didn't up the meeting nights because that seems to have progressed a lot more in the last 2 years. But we have always appreciated the firm and the people that represent them, and are very blessed that we've never been accused of violating the open meeting law, which I'm almost more excited about that than my Mooney's rating during my term. So I appreciate that and all the things that you and your firm do.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Lupe.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve the contract renewal for legal services with the law firm of Allison McKenzie LTD.
Okay, motion by trustee Ramirez, second by trustee Crossman. Any board discussion? Seeing none from the board, I just want to extend my thanks to Allison McKenzie and your predecessors and you. I really appreciate the legal counsel we receive and the cooperation. Can't thank you enough. Do we have any, it's only 9 o'clock and I'm getting tired. Any public comment on this? Again, state your name. There we go.
Karen Stevens. I'm just wondering, I know it's comfortable to say with the same firm that you've been working with, but did we even go out to bid or see if anybody else was willing to give the same services for maybe a lower amount of money?
I can't answer that question.
NRS does not require professional services to be bid. So in this particular case, we have a law firm that has been with us for 20 years. They provide the historical knowledge and understanding of our operations, and so we have elected to stay with them.
Okay, so the answer is no.
And I can say, Karen, that we use attorneys in my day job, and I've used them personally over the years, and I think we're getting a really fair deal. The hourly rate we're being charged is far less than any attorney that I've ever used in this decade.
Oh, that's good to know, but you never know unless you ask, right?
Sure.
And we didn't ask.
Okay, back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, I speak on behalf of my firm and thanking you guys for your confidence in us, and we're proud to continue to serve you. The last year and a half has been a weird one for all of us, so again, thank you all.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 12, discussion and possible action to approve renewal of agreement between Chartwell's Food Service Management Consultant and the Carson City School District from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022, at a cost to the district of an administrative fee not to exceed $51,500 and a management fee not to exceed $0.0824 per meal, with funding to come from the nutrition fund. This is for possible action. Andrew. Sorry, the decimal threw me off in the dollar sign.
Yeah, that is it throws me off too when I see it. So no apology necessary. Thank you, President Cassioppo. Tonight, bring to you, you should have copies in front of you of the approved amendment to the agreement from last year that has now been approved by the Nevada Department of Agriculture. And in the executive summary, so I apologize for any confusion, I noted that you would be receiving 2 amendments, and there were 2 different items being considered, and we had the amazing idea of combining them all into one. So everything is in one amendment, and there's effectively 2 changes to the contract. So if you remember, back in the spring of 2020, we went through a competitive RFP process and selected Chartwell's as our vendor and in this case known as a food service management company. So they have been with us this last year. Each year for the next 4 years, you have the opportunity to renew that agreement without going back out to bid. In the 5th year, USDA regulations do require you to go back out. So I think as many of you are aware, we've been extremely satisfied with their services for this year. And so we've negotiated this amendment to the original agreement. For the next school year, you are only allowed to add to the agreement for 1 additional year each time. Of note, the costs that President Cacioppo mentioned, those are 3% increases from the prior year. What's important about that in the context of, we often talk about a financial guarantee that is offered. And so the food service fund historically has run a deficit. In the original RFP, Chartwell's laid out actually 5 years of projected deficits, and I believe it was in year 4 they have the program turning to a surplus. So even with that cost increase, they are still guaranteeing the same, have the same financial guarantee that they included in their RFP. So the number, the $226,326 number, is what was in the original document they submitted over a year ago. So the additional thing that we had to add was something called the seamless summer option. So over this next school year, as you're aware, all of our students will receive breakfast and lunch for free, regardless of their status under free and reduced lunch policy. And so in order to make that happen, it's really kind of a quirk, but every district in the country is going to have to apply to their local state agency that runs the nutrition programs to ask for the ability to run this seamless summer option. And that is what they're going to be calling the program over the entire school year. So it's kind of strange they're saying seamless summer when it's really outside of the summer, but that's just kind of what it is. So the changes then to the agreement are allowing Chartwell's to help us run that seamless summer option and generally a summer food service program. And then also the 3% cost increase. Those are the only 2 significant changes.
AJ, and I'm wondering, you know, in the summer food program is what is funded. And so with that, every child up to the age of 18 is able to receive a free meal. And so probably there's extending that through. But my question for you is, that's why they call it seamless summer.
Sure.
I'm sure of it. I think that having all free lunch, that is actually helping us with those numbers for our reimbursements, correct?
That's absolutely correct. The federal reimbursement rate is greater than what our students pay for their meals. So in every case, simply having more participation will help better cover the costs of the program. And so I would imagine that with every kid being able to get a free breakfast and a free lunch, not that every single child is going to take advantage of that, but clearly it just makes it easier. And some of the stigma that may come, and you know, we've worked so hard in districts across the country trying to kind of anonymize that whole process. But clearly if everyone just knows every kid is eating for free, and it, you know, regardless of anything, I think it hopefully will build participation. And I guess the hope that we've talked about internally is that it kind of really gives a reset to the program so that in future years, even when that goes away, that I think the level of quality, the variety of foods being offered have really improved. And most importantly, the pizza. Because I hear great things about the pizza, like it's amazing. So I think that will help us out.
Go ahead, Don.
I just more of a comment. I think the 3% increase is fair. In my day job, I deal with our budget, our marketing budget. I'm throwing 5% on stuff this year. There's a lot of economists out there thinking 4 or 5% inflation in the upcoming year. So 3% is fair.
And I should mention too, so initially they were requesting more, and we did negotiate that number down a bit, so, but we thought that was a fair.
So what are we gonna do to tell people or get the word out about every kid gets to eat for free? Because we had that last year and that flyer wasn't very persuasive. Is there more than a flyer? Are we doing Parent Square? How are we getting the word out so that we know that every child knows that they could eat if they wanted to?
So the information, I guess in general, is a starting point. I know Mr. Davis put out a notice in the paper just saying that this has occurred. And clearly there's kind of the standard process of trying to get this information out with Parent Square. We've always had some kind of mechanism like that. But, emails and I think truly when things like this change early in the school year, there's always kind of this transition and information distribution point where I think it'll be a little slow to start, but very quickly it'll ramp up. So I at this point, we haven't fully discussed kind of all the angles we're going to take in trying to get that information out, and we certainly will, and it'll, people will probably get tired about hearing about it near the beginning of the school year. But I think the most important part is when a kid's sitting there with their lunch and they see their friend sitting next to them with that piece of pizza that looks so good, and say, boy, I think I want to try that next time. And so I think the word of mouth will be a little more powerful, but we certainly will make every effort to get that information out.
And with the not renewing the grant for veggies and fruit, are they gonna pick up any of that? Do they have that aspect to put back into that plan?
We don't anticipate the kind of the offerings there to really change. I mean, having the bar available. And this has been a strange year, right? So having some of that stuff we weren't able to. But bringing it back to the program that it was and what was offered, and the bars and things like that, we expect all of that to come back.
To Stacy's point, I think that going into the second year, at this point, I think by the end of the year, most families knew the meals were free, and the kids knew, and the teachers made sure their students knew. So I think that it's not going to be quite the heavy lift the second year as it was last year.
And truly, I mean, with the opportunity that's presented with the kind of helping the program, we as a district have every incentive. I believe in incentives, so we have every incentive to try to get that information out. So every effort will be made to get that information out.
I was pretty impressed by the different food that they had compared to Airmark and the taste. I did the chicken. I was there on Chicken Day, but it was much more impressive than I expected.
I've been happy with what Chartwell's been doing. I think as I'm learning over the years, nutrition services it's complicated. It's interesting. It's complicated, and we call it nutrition. And we really try to live by that, but it's hard because when I was a kid, I didn't want anything nutritious.
Right.
I still really don't, my wife tells me I have to.
It was easier 20 to 25 years ago when schools could just sell candy bars. I mean, kids loved candy bars,
Chili
right?
Mac.
And so then, yeah.
But I appreciate what they've done, and really we've had them for such a short time, and we've had a very challenging year. So I think getting the word out and things like that, fingers crossed we are back to a normal school year, and we can really, really see the benefit, I hope, of what Chartwell can do for us. So anyway, if any other questions, otherwise it is an action item.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve renewal of the agreement between Chartwell's Food Service Management Consultant and the Carson City School District from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, at a cost to the district of an administrative fee not to exceed $51,500 and a management fee not to exceed 0.0824 cents per meal, with funding to come from the nutrition fund.
Second by Wilkie.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Any public comment on this topic?
Just a reminder of our discussion during the reopening plan to look at the
Just state your name
nutrition-
again, too.
Betsy Strasberg. Just a reminder that we talked about revisiting the nutritional needs under the new COVID and other airborne diseases. So refresh the nutritional content of the meals.
No, thank you. I thought that was a good comment. Okay, back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, AJ. At this time, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. I meant to call one before. I apologize, but it's 9:16. Let's try to get back here. Let's get back here at 9:21. Thanks. We're going to call this meeting back to order. And we are on agenda item 13, discussion and possible action on a resolution to approve a final amended budget for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 to include revisions for certified enrollment, audited fund balance, carry forward amounts, use of contingency funds, and recommended augmentations to the specific funds. This is for possible action, and again, we have Andrew Fueling.
Thank you, President Cassioppo. I will make this a quick item. There's no PowerPoint to go with this one. This is just the annual kind of cleanup budget at the end of the year. All the transfers and moves that have been approved and moved through the year, kind of reflected in the final document. Any minor adjustments that need to be made. The big thing with this one, which is different than past years, and this relates to the last meeting of the Board of Trustees that we had, there was a resolution to dissolve and a resolution to create a new fund, the Student Activities Fund. So to meet our obligations with the state to have kind of reflect GASB standards and such, this now includes that fund in the budget. So that will be kind of our final submission. And this leads to then the next item, the next budget for next year, which has been revised based on what happened with the legislature, but also including the Student Activities Fund in there. I worked with our auditor, Dave Silva, in kind of developing a plan of attack on this. This is kind of a new item for all of us to handle. But he went through and helped us kind of figure out what numbers we should include and to keep it really simple to start. And then once he comes in later on in the fall, we'll kind of work through what some of these numbers should look like going forward. It's a really new process to be trying to take all these numbers from all the schools on what's happening in their student activity accounts at their sites and wrapping it into one larger district pot. So the big change then is to add in this new Fund 279, the Student Activities Fund, and by doing so, that will help us meet all our requirements, statutory requirements for this budget and for this year. I don't really have anything else to say besides that.
Any questions from the board? Richard, go ahead.
Am I reading this right for, hopefully I got the right budget in front of me, $3.8 million deficit?
So that is correct. That is what you're seeing. So this, you have to remember that this budget you're seeing is for the current year that we're finishing up. So that it ends June 30th. And so in the way this sets up is the original budget approved back in December had that exact same number. So what you're seeing now is not changing that number. It's just reflecting the transfers that budget transfers happening throughout the year and other kind of cleanup items. The reality of it is that coming into the end of the year, that 3.8 million includes 1 million in contingency, which we aren't accessing. It includes about 800,000 in carry forward funds, which are yearly or minimally accessed. And then what was projected to be the deficit, mostly due to the loss of students this year. So our revenues dropped dramatically. And I'll say, so what it looks like coming in now towards the end of the year, and it's still, even with 8 days, it's still a little bit fuzzy. That final number should be between like 500,000 and $1 million, I believe, for a final deficit. It's nowhere near that $3.8 million number.
Good, thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Otherwise, again, it's a action item.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt the final amended budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 by approving the resolution and transmittal letter, and further instruct the Director of Fiscal Services to file the necessary documents to comply with NRS Chapter 354.
Okay, I got a motion by trustee Wilkie, second by trustee Crossman. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none,
No public comment, Mr. Cassiopo.
thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 14. Discussion and possible action on a resolution to approve an amended final budget for fiscal year 2021 through 2022 to include final legislative appropriations to K-12 education and recommended augmentations to specific funds. This again is for possible action. Andrew Fueling presenting.
Thank you, President Cassiopo. So what I have for you tonight reflects the impact of the legislative session. So within 30 days of the end of a legislative session, districts have the ability to do an amendment to their budget if they feel it's necessary. Generally, it happens more often when there's significant increases to revenue and trying to show how you're going to be using it, so you have the authority to use it. And that is somewhat our case, but it's also kind of a strange case because of the federal funding and the ESSER. But I still thought it appropriate to do that, given the year that we've had and what has gone on for the last 6 months and really 2.5 years, I guess. So what I have tonight is, I believe there's about 12 slides that kind of walk through what has happened. There will be some numbers to look at, but more kind of explanation of some things that have happened, what the impact to us, Carson City School District, is from the outcome of the legislative session. What I have then, there's a pause, and kind of like last time, and just given where we are in the night, you have all been provided with the full presentations that have all the kind of the graphical pieces, and you kind of break that down. And I am certainly happy to continue going through that. If you would like to, when we get to that point of kind of fully explaining what has happened, I'll take a pause and take any questions, and if you feel like at that point you're comfortable with the resolution, that's fine. And if not, you want me to go through the rest of it, I'm happy to, and you're obviously welcome to follow up with any questions at any time on any of that. So as we go through and we get to that point, just let me know. So I guess I don't really need that. Okay. The 81st session of the Nevada legislature just ended. You may have heard a collective sound of joy emerge from Carson City. So $500 million was added to K-12 education. That was kind of the drumbeat at the end, and there was a lot of excitement about that. That number did add money to education, but it's not exactly all new money. A lot of it was restoring what had previously been taken last summer during the special session. But there truly was more money put in to some extent. Not that we benefited much from that, other districts did. So one of the unique things that happened in the final funding that was determined, as you know, this whole new pupil-centered funding plan was implemented. We had talked forever about us being in a hold harmless state. And so when it came down to it, in the final verbiage in the funding bill, it said that the hold harmless language changed from districts will receive their fiscal year 20 level of funding to districts will receive a funding level reasonably close to fiscal year 20. And so what that means is across the entire funding model, they reduced everything by 0.69%. So where we ended up is actually not our fiscal 20 funding level, it's 0.69% below that. So I just think that's important, and any discussions you have about, what has happened to funding a state and, how is the district doing? Like, well, we're getting less funding than we did 2 years ago, is basically what it comes down to. Another important change is that the per pupil, or the hold harmless will now be calculated on a per pupil basis. And again, that's a little concerning just with the year we've had, but I do believe that in the end, that's actually going to be a positive thing for us as our community continues to grow. Districts who are in hold harmless have flexibility in how they use their funds. So there's going to be a final dollar amount, and I'll show you some of these numbers here in a bit, and you'll see like for at-risk students, there's a certain dollar amount set there. For GATE students, there's a certain dollar amount set there. But they recognize that we have less funding than we have had in the past. So they're saying, look, this is kind of how the formula would have worked out. But hold harmless districts, you are not obligated to spend your money exactly in this fashion. It's just kind of what it would look like. So we have flexibility with how we use really any of the funds that the state is bringing to us in this new funding model. And then any funds that brought us back to this kind of pseudo restoration point, anything added beyond that really in no way benefits us. It's benefiting other districts that are in the model, which I think I kind of said, but that was the point. So I've taken some screenshots directly out of this new model, and I think I have 4 slides like this, but it'll kind of just tell the kind of 4-step story of what is happening. So when you start the new pupil-centered funding plan, the statewide base now is $7,029 for next school year. So you can see that this is applying to every school district, all the charter schools, multiplying against the number of kids enrolled, and then you get to your what's called the statewide base. So this is kind of this is where everything starts in the model. That number is, while we are used to hearing per pupil numbers over the last couple years of around $7,000, like Clark and Washoe generally are closer to like $6,200, $6,300. And so this or I should say too, the statewide base previously was $6,200. So what this reflects is there is some more money being put into education, but more importantly, adding to that is they've taken all of these grants, and if you remember, there was a slide in the last presentation where there's like 15 different grants that are all becoming part of the general fund. That's all getting thrown into this pot now. So while if you were looking at last year and you said, oh, the statewide base was $6,200 and now it's $7,000, wow, that's a lot of new money to education. It's not. There is some, but most of it is they took all these grants and they put them into that single pot. So class size reduction is in there. Read by 3 is in there. The social worker grant is in there. Zoom's not in there, but it's in a different one. But it's all those monies kind of put together. So that's kind of that's the first step of this new pupil-centered funding plan. And then you get to the first adjusted base. And so, as I mentioned, this is what they call in school finance horizontal equity. So it's taking into account here that some school districts are smaller and some are more spread out than others. And that's what the column here, I can't highlight it, I don't think, no. The first column, or the second column that has numbers, it says adjustment 1 district size funding. So those are the amounts that districts receive basically because either the district is small or they have a lot of schools that are spread out. They're kind of a remote district. And there's a calculation that goes on to account for that. One of the interesting things with this is that you look at Clark County, and Clark County is getting more than anybody else. And that seems really strange because they're the largest school district. But what you have to remember about Clark County is that they do have these really rural outlying areas. You have Amargosa Valley, you have Mesquite. And so there's small schools, they're out there. And so they get extra funding to help out at those schools. And it's really just recognizing that it costs more to operate schools that are in rural areas. It costs more to operate schools that are smaller. It's harder to attract people out there. So it's recognizing that for every district in the state. For us, it's really just recognizing our size. We can't get some of the efficiencies that Clark County can because they are so large. The next column over is the Nevada Cost of Education Index. Otherwise, we've referred to this over the last couple of years as the CWI. This is supposed to look at, it's kind of a proxy for a cost of living standard in the formula, although that's not exactly what it is. And this was kind of the most contentious issue over the last 2 years. During the Commission on School Funding last meeting, there was an economist that came on and had done this study and really showed that this probably is not as good a measure of this sort of thing as expected. So I think over the next 2 years, there will probably be more conversation about that. But the impact really kind of northern Nevada, what we think of, Carson, Washoe, Story, Lyon, see no benefit because in the study that was done to come up with this number, it basically showed that people were willing to get paid less money to live here is kind of the biggest factor of what it comes down to. And it doesn't in any way take into account housing costs, which is just, I don't know. There's more to go with this, but the very rural counties did get a bump because of it, and then Clark County got a bump because of it. So when you take that statewide base, your starting point, and then you're making these two adjustments, really kind of trying to consider the more so the geography and size of districts and schools. And so it makes this adjustment. And you'll notice then in the far right column, you start seeing per pupil amounts that are very different. So instead of having that same $7,029, you now have them all over the board reflecting some of these changes. Carson is highlighted in yellow. We're at $7,546. You can see we're still higher than Clark County, but less than Douglas County. And Esmeralda gets the most, and they always have. So similar distribution, but still there are differences. So after you have the adjusted base, then you start looking at the weighted categories, or what are considered the vertical equity areas. So you're looking at students instead of kind of the district and the schools. And so again, English learners, at risk, and gifted and talented are the three categories here. At risk, during the session, they decided, I may have mentioned this last time, but they decided to use free and reduced lunch as their count to generate this number. That's not a good idea because if ultimately, the whole idea with the pupil-centered funding plan is having money flow to the kids that need this extra support given the circumstance. Principals are not allowed to know which students qualify for free and reduced lunch. Teachers are not allowed to know. So if we're supposed to direct this money to them, how can you if you don't know who they are? So what it came down to is they needed to use something and they weren't ready. There's this new algorithm number that Infinite Campus has come up with that seems like a really good idea, and it would be something that could be shared, but it wasn't ready for prime time going into the legislature. So they decided to kind of go with this for now, and they're going to allow, again, flexibility with this. But in the next session, they will likely have that new formula nailed down, and that could actually be shared with principals, and that would kind of make more sense then. So, but again, so these are the numbers that would be generated for districts, and if they are in hold harmless, they're not as meaningful. I mean, clearly you still want to support your English learners and some of these programs. But again, we have flexibility within the funding that we have. Districts that are truly on the new pupil-centered funding plan, they do not have that same level of flexibility. So like Clark County School District will need to show that they spent $3.88 million on gifted and talented education in their district this year. And they have to show that those money, not that they just spent that as a district, but that those monies flowed down to the schools where those kids are and are getting to those students. So there's a kind of another level of accountability. And I think that'll be, when we get to that point, it'll be hard enough for us to kind of make sure that distribution happens. I can't imagine districts like Clark that are so enormous and how they'll make that happen, but they have lots of people, so maybe they can figure that out. So that's the second piece. So now you have the adjusted base, and now you have kind of the additional weights, and then you have the final numbers. And so you'll notice that about half of the districts in the state qualify for hold harmless, and half of them are on the new pupil-centered funding plan. The first column with numbers shows the total general fund state aid dollars that we will be receiving. So for us, it's $71,911,703. On a per pupil basis, and the enrollment number being used, again, remember that this really is on a per pupil basis. So if our enrollment changes, this number could change. But they're basing it on an enrollment number of about 7,600 kids, which I don't think is unreasonable. I think that's probably a fair guess. So if you take that 71.9 million divided by 7,600 kids, you come up with about $9,454 per student. And again, remember that this is basically general fund, and there's still other grants. Tonight there was a question about the $11,000 per student. So there is still more money besides this, but clearly this is the most significant chunk of money going toward our students. So then, as a point of comparison, just to the right of that is what the legislature believes is our fiscal year 20 level of funding. So this is like the hold harmless baseline amount. They believe we received $413,035. So the difference between that number, what we actually got in fiscal 20, and what we are receiving then in fiscal 22 is a difference of $501,000. So it's down, but it's down that 0.69%. So that and you can see that reduction all across the board. And that reduction actually is impacting every district, even the ones that are not on hold harmless. You just don't see it in the same way, kind of because they're just in a different situation. I believe that final number used for that calculation, we're still taking a look at it because we think there might be a couple problems with the final number. So we're working on that and communicating with the state about some questions about how that number was generated. If there were a difference in the number, I don't know that it would actually make a difference. If you remember, I think 3 years ago, we were underfunded. It was found by $1 per pupil, I think it was. And Washoe was by a little bit more. So the impact to us was like $7,000. The impact to Washoe was like $9 million. But instead of it being fixed right away, they made them wait until the next legislative session to kind of give them the money that they were due. So I'm not sure exactly how that would work out, but there's still some work to be done on that. Any questions so far? So I just listed again all those, because that number seems really big, that 71.9 million, but again, all of these other grants have now been rolled up into that number. So it's not just the general fund, it's all of these other pieces too.
What about full day kindergarten? go away, or, 'cause
So
I don't see it
full-
rolled in?
Full day kindergarten got rolled up in 2017 or 2018, I believe. That was that was the last year Brian Sandoval was still governor. They made that change. I would never say that in a public meeting. So from the last presentation, I had likely that revenues would come in better than what you saw in May, and that is the case. So in May, the revenue number we had was 69.9 million. Now the number, and I should say this is the total revenue. So this still takes into account a couple other local revenues we have and some federal revenues we have. So the total general fund revenue in May was 69.9 million. The total general fund revenue in the budget you have before you tonight is 72.7 million. So that's an increase of 2.8 million, which is excellent news. But I also said that it's likely, even with an increase, that we'd still be running a deficit. So with the May budget, without ESSER funds available to help us, we would have been running about a $5 million deficit. With this increase of 2.8 million, that deficit would be about 2.2 million. But again, the ESSER stimulus funds take care of that, and they will take care of that in any time over the next 3 years that we would have a deficit to deal with. Not that we have to read through all of this, but one of the things we were waiting to hear on the ESSER 3 grant was if the U.S. Department of Ed would give grant tidings, a tidings amendment to ESSER 3, which simply means you can use it for an extra year beyond what it says you can use it for, and they did. So ESSER 3 officially was good through September 30th, 2023. We now have access to it through September 30th of 2024. So that's really good. And also we talked about how positions now, at that time back in May, positions projected to be in the stimulus funding may come back to the general fund if more dollars became available. So we have more dollars available, and positions have been moved from what was projected to be the ESSER, be funded out of ESSER, moved back to the general fund, simply because there's more funds there that need to be used. And then completely new positions may be added to ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 for the same reason. So now there's more ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds available. We're talking about, I know Mrs. Fuson is meeting with principals and getting information about what they want to do for their learning loss programs. So that this is these are active discussions happening right now. So as we start working up to the year, it's likely that we'll be adding new positions into some of these funds to support learning loss in the district as those decisions are made. And so I showed you this last time, and I've adjusted it a bit to kind of be more in line with the numbers, but I just really want to keep the perspective for you that that we can use these ESSER funds to cover what level of expenditures we have, but those expenditures are going to grow just because costs grow over time. But then 3 years down the road, we can use these ESSER funds through fiscal 24, but in 25 they go away. So you have this kind of awkward place where you have a lot of federal funding to help us out and do great things, but at the same time you have to be thinking about down the road, and we don't want to set ourselves up for a situation like what you see in fiscal 25. So the positions currently that are projected to be in the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 grants have changed, again, because of the change in the increase in funding from the state. So now it's basically the positions that were in the social workers grant and the positions that were in the Zoom grant are all now in ESSER 2. We would also plan to use some of those funds to purchase technology. Within ESSER 3, a good deal of what happens there has to be dedicated to learning loss and our distance ed assistants. Clearly that will be a large part of their job this year. So we plan on funding them out of ESSER 3. All the summer school activities that we're going through currently and probably next year as well and then any other learning loss activities that we do as a district or that principals come up with that they want to run at their sites will be put in there. And that's really it. So the bottom line is that the general fund is made whole by ESSER as it was back in May. The bottom line numbers don't change for that. All of the other funds basically are not impacted. It was all about getting this final number from the legislature. So what will happen over the next months is we are racing to present our ESSER back to school plans so that we can access all those funds. We're getting together plans for how to deal with learning loss at each of the school sites and giving the principals time to provide feedback and what their needs and wants would be. So really on the ESSER side of things, and as we better understand the grant and how we can use it, that is naturally going to change over time. So I don't want you to see this now and expect that that's how it's going to be. It will change. But this is kind of the best guess of how we would use it now, how it would help out the general fund to keep it whole, and allow us to kind of get moving on planning for the new year. And so are there any questions at this point?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
One of the things I find so frustrating is everybody in the legislature seems to be breaking their arms off to pat themselves on the back. And really, the narrative that they're putting out there is they found all this magical money and we're flush with additional funding when truly they restored what was projected to be cut. And we're still in a world of hurt. I mean, I really hope that people pay attention and hold their legislators accountable, because at some point we're going to need people that truly support education in our legislature. And I don't believe the members of this current legislature did that adequately for the majority of this state. And I hope somebody holds them accountable and doesn't let this false narrative continue that they've done all these wonderful things that they haven't done.
Did any
Casey, did you? Go ahead.
Yeah, did any of this funding redo some of the RIFs that we had done?
We didn't have any going into. We didn't have the only ones I know of from this going into this current year we're in were related to changes in federal grant use at some of the schools, like Title I. The kinder paras, I believe, was actually 2 years ago. So that wasn't a part of the planning going into this at this point.
I guess I have something. I'm glad we were able to put more people on for the learning loss. But what I worry about is 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line, when we have all these extra positions and no money for them. And is there any pre-planning going on about how to lessen the impact in 4 or 5 years?
I will say we have not started that planning yet, but I'm sure everybody is tired of hearing me talk about it. I keep showing that graphic because that is clearly a problem. And again, it really is a strange place because you have all this money, but we're going to be looking at having to get the general fund down to a point where 3 years from now, 4 years from now, that is not such a problem. So it's going to take a lot of planning. It's going to take a lot of communication because it's going to be hard for a lot of folks to wrap their head around how you can have all these extra federal funds, yet 4 years, we're talking about potentially trying to reduce general fund expenditures, even though we have all this money that could cover it. But it's because you have to be thinking about that 4th year.
Is there any talk about if the Republicans take the Senate back or the House back, if some of these funds may go away?
No, and I guess I don't, I truly don't know if that is something they could do. I haven't really thought about that. Don't do that to me, Mr. Varner. But no, that has not been a part of the planning. So I certainly hope that is not the case. But I have not heard anything about that.
Hopefully they won't take it back midterm, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, Don.
I just have a comment. This was excellent. Those spreadsheets were excellent, easy to read. Thank you.
Thank you. I do try.
It was excellent.
It just
You're always
doesn't-
excellent.
It doesn't
but this was
always
really
come
excellent
across.
tonight.
They're good, but the font size made it excellent.
Maybe that was it.
Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, this is an action item also.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt the amended final budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 by approving the resolution and transmittal letter, and further instruct the Director of Fiscal Services to file the necessary documents to comply with NRS Chapter 354.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, any public comment? Any remote public comment?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Okay, bring it back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Thanks, AJ. Thank you. Moving on to item 15, I'm going to ask the board if we can table this item. We do have a little bit of time built in, and my thought was if we were hitting 10 o'clock, then maybe we ought to table this. Also, my being out of town for a week and work schedules, I know Mike has been extremely busy, and might be a nice chance to take a look at what we have on paper and see if anybody else comes to mind. So we give this a very thoughtful, thoughtful time that I think all these folks are due.
So we'll table it, bring it back to.
We'll bring it to the next board meeting.
And that'll give Laurel enough time to write them all.
That's right. Ryan, we don't have to make a motion to table it, do we? Okay. With that, we're going to move on to item 16, approval of the consent agenda. This is for possible action.
I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Motion and a second. Any further board discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment via email?
No, Mr. Cassiopo.
Okay, seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 17, informational items for discussion only. Do we have any questions or discussion on informational items? Seeing none, request for future agenda topics. Seeing none, I have one, just if we could fit it in a normal, whenever they're coming up again, but our social workers. We had some comment about the difference between counselors and social workers and, how the kids are serviced. And I think it might be worthwhile revisiting that. We know they're not the same, but a little bit of re-education for me would be helpful. Okay, not seeing any other requests for future agenda topics, we'll move on to adjournment. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.